We are live. Okay. Another day, another live stream. Working on the heavy modular frames factory. We got a lot done last night. Already 10 concurrent viewers. YouTube, you guys are on it. Twitch, got a couple viewers as well. Thank you for being here. So, one thing we're keeping an eye on today, if we take a look on the left side of the screen. Stop that. I don't want that. Why do you make me do that? There we go. 10,993 subscribers. Remember, we just celebrated 10,000 subs like less than a week ago, or about a week ago, and we've already hit we've increased by 10%. So that short that I had was going crazy. It's slowed down a little bit now, which is perfectly fine. I can't go forever, but yeah, I am hoping that YouTube picks up another one of my shorts and does something crazy with that one. Who knows? All hail the almighty algorithm. In the meantime, we've got work to do. Okie Sooner, Vixen, Shy Fennec, hello. Gamer Programmer, greetings. I don't recognize your name, Gamer Programmer. Is this your first time here? And Valius TV, hello again. Because I'm good? I'm okay. I'm just me. I try to improve. Some days I do better than others. It's like real life. I mean, it is real life. I am sitting here in real life in my bedroom. All right. Let's take a look. I don't like these hands. These hands have been bothering me for a while, and I've been putting off messing with them. Catch these hands. Oh, we're doing the freezing thing that for some reason has started a few minutes after I start. Who else? Jeremy Williams, Kansas Girl 61, hello. Good things coming from here on out, Okie Sooner. You mean from the perspective of the channel growth? Perhaps. All right, I think I like this better. Yeah, we'll try this, and we'll make adjustments if we think we need to. Okay. So yes, Okie Sooner news, and I think Kansas Girl 61, you may be acquainted, if you know what I mean. Think hard, Okie Sooner. I think you can figure it out. Think real hard. All right, so let's focus up here. What are we doing? Let's start from the outside. I feel like there's some newer people here today already. We got 16 viewers right out the gate on YouTube. So yesterday, we have started filling in this factory with our actual factory, right? The shell has been in place for a couple of days. We are trying to get our factory going, and the way I've decided, my favorite way of doing that is, you know, shocker, blueprints. Now, we've done the work down here. A lot of this is ready to go. I'm still going to, this is kind of a work in progress over here. I'm probably going to wait on this until I get the new tools from 1.1 on the hypertubes. Yeah, I figured. And then we've got our first floor. This is essentially done. We have to do things like, obviously we have to do belting in and out, right? but the machines are in. We also have to run the electrical, but we have a start in that. Down here is the electrical room. I've already started the electrical room. We just have to run some stuff up here. You know, and the ins and the outs. And then we've got these floors here to run our logistics. And then the at least on the way in, and then this center, of course, this center thing I'm flying through, that's going to be the main area that we push things through each floor. So I'd like to keep this relatively clean. So I'm thinking something along the lines of like the in and out would be yeah, my buttons are all screwed up. Let me fix this. I messed them up a couple days ago. That goes there. That goes, no, not there, ding dong. There. I have to fix this. 4. And then my beams go. All right. Okay, so I'm thinking something like they come right out and go down into the logistics floor, right? Something like that. These catwalks, we've got these lighting in the front catwalks, and I don't know if I'm going to do those lighting, the lighting in the back ones. I might just let this go. I did have a funny little thing. I didn't know what to do with this, so I decided to throw a door in here, and I've got a little secret door, Winchester House, which, by the way, I've never been to, even though it isn't that far from where I grew up and where I live now. Maybe I should go, but we definitely have some Winchester House vibes going here. Just a door that leads to nowhere. But so anyway, yeah, let's try to catch up a little bit on chat. Yes, Vixen, welcome in Kansas Girl. Jeremy Wilkins, I live in Kansas. As you know, Jeremy, I was just there. I was in Kansas City. Let's see, I misclicked replacing a belt sometime today or yesterday. I almost crashed the nuclear power plant, but I think it's recovered now. Nice. Lynn is here, lost all control. Hello. You're just gonna lurk tonight. Phil's almost dead and I'm so tired. I have a new order for 30 go-kart seats to be done ASAP. That sounds intense. Okay, so this one, like I said, is basically done. This covers, let's see. I was dumb and I lost my visual aid, and I don't want to spend a bunch of time making a new one today, so we're just gonna throw this together so that I can draw on it really quickly for you guys. I reset my computer and I forgot to save the thing. Is this gonna be good enough? All right, this is good enough. Let's do this. And then paint. Okay. And red is nice color. Okay. So what I just showed you was where's all our foundries? Do I have the right thing on? Nope. This is what happens when I lose my visual aids. Let me set this up so that we can track what is happening here. I took a picture of the wrong factory. This is the factory planning tool that I use. There are plenty of others that one may use. This is just the one I like. I think what Darren play. I mean, I think basically all the other content creators use something different. Okay. I think we're finally set now. All right, so that first floor was just this. And actually not quite all of this. It was enough foundries to cover this amount of iron ingots. There's still 80 iron ingots per minute that have to, they're gonna be built somewhere else. Okay, the next 2 floors, 1 or 2 floors, is gonna cover these 8 manufacturers, most of this, and most of that, but not quite all of it. All right, that's the next 2 floors. And then we have to design the motor section, which is this, right? And the remaining part of that isn't covered when I talked about that. Does that make sense? Hopefully. But we've got to do that. Now we've got 4 floors left. So I think I can fit all of this in 1 floor if I must. Yeah, Satisfactory Modeler. Right. I know that one exists. I haven't found it, but we're basically teaching an old dog new tricks with this one because I know how to get this one to do exactly what I want. Shadowvan, Kin, what's up, bro? On Twitch, not much. Just trying to wrap my head around today's tasks. So what I want to do today is we need to design the blueprint for the motor setup, and I need to see how much space that's gonna take. Because we have overbuilt our factory size, all right? I was able to cram all these foundries in the first floor, and I think it looks good. We have this, and this floor is looking very light. I think there's room, I think you would agree, to double up. I think we could fit all 8 manufacturer blueprints on the second floor rather than putting 4 on the second floor and 4 on the third floor. Okay, this is our flexibility, right? But I don't know if I need 2 floors or 3 floors or the motors. This is the last floor, okay? This is floor 5. We have 5 total floors. And so I'm sort of thinking, what is going on here? Ooh, a mistake. That's a mistake. Where's north? North is here. Okay, fixed. I'm sort of thinking, so it's gonna look something like first floor is the foundries. Okay, second floor for sure is the heavy modular frames. And then 5th floor is the motors. And then it's really the 3rd and the 4th that I'm not 100% sure. And this is probably motors. Yeah, this is motors. So it's really the 3rd floor. Do we cram all of the heavy modular frames into the 2nd floor? Because we need the 3rd floor for motors. Or if we can cover 2 floors with motors, we can move the heavy modular frames into the 3rd floor. That's the first question that we have to answer, because this is a lot of assemblers right here. you know, and we've got to fit constructors in there as well. And assemblers are a little harder to work with than foundries. So the first task is designing our motor blueprint and seeing how big it is and how many machines we can fit inside. And then we'll take that and we'll stress test it in our floors and we'll go from there. So that's really what today is. And then there's some additional infrastructure work that has to happen in here. Like I really want to get electricity run through the whole thing. And then that's probably all we'll get to tonight. And then Friday we'll run belts and then do testing most likely. And then maybe run, we also have to set up the inputs for the raw materials. That's gonna be under here. We need a train station under here that splits off from there. We have to set up everything in the pyramid for the raw materials, right? But I am hoping that by the end of Saturday night, this factory is 100% turned on, rolling, and trucks are running in and out of it, and we're looking good. That's the hope. That's 3 streams. Tonight, Friday night, Saturday night, and I take Thursday nights off to edit. All right, so there's a run through. There's where we're at. How is chat? So crazy how one tiny mistake can cascade in big setups. Yeah, especially nuclear and having to do with power. If you haven't already, gamer programmer, I would always suggest that you build out the, not batteries, what are they called? Where are those things? Power storages. Build a big bank of power storages that just sits off to the side. Is there a usual schedule to the stream? Yes. PST, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday. Starting at 9 p.m. PST. I wish I had a floor planning feature. Yeah. Have you ever tried Satisfactory? Oh, I answered that. I was thinking of giving that a try. Yeah, it's great. I heard it's great. Okay. Lena, y'all pray for me. We're getting flash flood warning here. That sucks. That is scary. Hopefully you can stay safe. We have a lot of creeks where I live, but I don't live near any of them. So I don't really have, we do have a big river very close to where I live, but we're on a much higher elevation than that. It would never get to us. So yeah, that's not really something I've ever had to really worry about too much. I will say my parents don't live too far from a creek, but I think if they got flooded out by that creek, I think we would have bigger problems. Oh yeah, I've got a bank of 30,000, not much. But not nothing. Well, that's at least to jumpstart things, right? At least enough to jumpstart. Okay. I want to continue our theme. So why don't we start with what we already had? Linda, make sure you check in, you know, how long is this going to last? Is it going to be like, you're going to be safe in like 6 hours, or is it going to be going for days? I'm not super familiar with how some of that stuff works. We got a ton of rain here, but under a watch all week. Yeah, Okie. Wow. Okay, so here is the foundry one. And what we're going to do is we are going to resave this into motors. And then are we using a special recipe? No, just motors. I don't know how many we're gonna make in here. Let's say 2 for now, but we may come back to that. What's our raw inputs? Wire, iron ingot, is that it? That is it. Very efficient in terms of simplicity. Wire and iron ingot. Okay, great. Inputs, wire and iron ingot, and then we'll adjust this depending on how many motors we can fit. And then we'll set directory here, and then we got to change this to an assembler. Okay, you're under one till 1:30 for now. It's only 11:30 here. All right, a couple hours. You going to bed before then, or are you gonna hang out in the stream? Shy, I live by a river, been a few times where I got a flood warning despite being a few feet higher than it. Yeah. She needs to worry about dead bodies shooting out of the ground down there in the Big Easy. That does sound like something to worry about. Okay, so let's get rid of these in our new blueprint. Create some space. I'm gonna leave the flooring, like the second floor. So let's clear the logistics and the buildings. So I always try to save work, right? Like we've already got this second floor built. I know I'm gonna need a second floor. I'm also gonna see if I can save those catwalks. They may be out of position, and so I might have to delete them and replace them in a different position. But where I can, I try to save work, you know? Probably be out by 1. You have work tomorrow? All right. Well, hopefully by 1 you'll know how bad it is, right? Okay, let's get rid of this. I want to leave all the electrical infrastructure in as well because it's such a pain in the butt. It's a real thing. You can't bury people in New Orleans. I don't know. I watched that Disney movie set in New Orleans, and it seemed like they were burying people. Well, actually, to be fair, in that Disney movie, the bad guy got drugged to hell. So, by literal demons. So, I mean, I guess maybe he's not buried. Is that how? Is that Disney movie accurate? I feel like somehow that it's probably not super accurate. But he was in a graveyard, if I recall. I think I've only seen that movie a couple times. That's a pretty intense scene for a child. Like, don't be a bad guy, or you know, don't make any deals, no deals with the devil, because you'll get dragged to hell. Yes, using blueprints to build bigger blueprints is awesome and super efficient. Right. And see, I actually probably could. Well, I was doing that yesterday. I do have, so I saved this blueprint because I wanted to move this platform around within the other blueprint, and this platform is kind of complicated, and so I was doing that yesterday. All right, what do we need to survive? Let's walk through. The Disney movie you saw must have been under some sort of brain altering substance. The movie may have been. I'm fairly confident that I was not. But I guess if I was under a brain-altering substance, how would I know, right? Okay, so let's lay out our production chain over here where we can see it. Where's my motors? Motors. And then we're using alternate steel rotors. And we're using stators. All right, so this is actually pretty straightforward, right? We need 10 of each. And each of these make 5. Celestial Citadel on Twitch followed me. Thank you for the follow. So we're gonna do this setup. Okay, now the wire is coming in pre-made. If you don't know, this pink building, the shard, it makes a crap ton of extra wire, and we're gonna be trucking it pre-made over into this factory we're working on now. So I don't have to create the wire in this factory. It was already made in this factory. All right, now all this has been planned out ahead of time, and that's why I'm using this to tell me, you know, that's where this wire input comes from. It comes from the other factory. Okay, but it looks to me like we're going to need 46 assemblers there and 46 assemblers here to match the 23 assemblers there. Now, how many iron pipe constructors do we need for each one motor assembly? Okay, well, we already know that we need this many assemblers of motors and stators to feed, rotors and stators to feed this motor. And so what we have to do now is we have to add up all of the steel pipes. Okay, so that is 20 steel pipes per minute, and this is 15 and 15. So that's another 30. So we need 50 steel pipes per minute. Okay, and so now we throw down a constructor. And our constructor is using which recipe? This one. And this gives us 25. So this is a perfectly efficient. I really, really like this setup. There's nothing extra here. I just had your short about only factories pop up on my For You page. Nice, nice. Celestial Citadel on Twitch came by a few times. Thought it was deserved. Well, I appreciate it. And thank you for the first time chat. You laugh so hard? Yeah. Those jokes, by the way, they were they were crowdsourced. A lot of those jokes were crowdsourced. It was pretty funny. By the way, we're at 10,995 subs. We need 5 more subs to hit 11,000 on our live stream. Oh, and since we're talking about bigger picture stuff real quick, just a reminder, Saturday night, the night that I hope to turn this factory on, will also be my birthday stream. So 3 hours into the stream, I will turn 41. Well, actually, I can't remember off the top of my head. Somebody in chat may know. I can't remember off the top of my head exactly when I was born. So I'm not gonna say like, oh, it's exactly 41, but like the day will click, you know, will change over 3 hours into my stream. So, yes, that was a joke. Yes. Well, maybe the Disney movie wasn't on some sort of brain-altering substance, but perhaps the creators of it were. I don't know. So that should be fun. Let's turn that on. And I got some really expensive whiskey, $200 a bottle. and I'm gonna have a little on my birthday. So this is our setup. How many of these can fit in one of those? And we have a lot of logistics. There's going to be a lot of logistics space needed. We may have to do one. I don't know if I can fit two. No. I know how old I am. I don't know the minute of my birth. How many can we fit in here? YouTube has hidden commands? Yes. That is pretty tight. Gamer programmer, I have to go, but it's nice to be here live. Been enjoying the videos. Keep up the great work. Take care all. Well, yeah, thank you for being here. That is too tight. Which means that I probably will have to... How many actually know the exact time you were born? Probably only one person does. Crap. All right, let's try to do this. UT walkway only. Walkway for UT blueprints. Actually, a catwalk. Yeah, I can move them over, but I don't want to rebuild them because they're kind of complicated. Oh my god. Not catway. So I'm gonna cheat. Just like I mentioned. Like, look how many pieces these have. I don't want to rebuild it. So I'm gonna save this as its own blueprint, so that I can customize exactly its position without having to worry about anything else. All right, we have to make sure nothing else is here. We'll leave the sign. We can always delete it. Anything else in here? I think we're good. So save. Now reload the one we were working on. Motors. Crap, I didn't save it. All All right, well, that's a mistake. You remember right? Yours is 4 in the morning. Nice. I have no idea. But either way, we will probably enjoy a celebration at midnight local time, the day of my birth, which also happens to be Star Wars Day. Sorry, I'm having to delete this again. I was dumb and didn't save. But let's save this time. All right, we got rid of everything. All right. I just needed to do that. It would have been fine. Okay. 8:11 a.m. Mountain Time. Nice. Yeah, good point. If you don't live in the same time zone that you were born in, right, then you would have to make adjustments. Okay, so you don't like telling people when your birthday is, especially in school? Well, the older you get, the more you realize that you're just happy to, you know, still be alive. All right, is that enough? Sometimes this doesn't work well. I'm a little nervous. Crap. We better test this. I don't want to make a blueprint. Steel pipe and wire. Okay, it went like this. All right, let's go. Sometimes doing that kind of, ooh, I built that one backwards. Okay, that's fine. Doing these little tricks can cause issues. It's working perfect. Let's make sure that it will continue through as well. Good. All right, so this splitter is working perfectly, even though we are doing a little bit of clipping. All right, test successful. Didn't take long and had the potential to save us a lot of time. Do you use any mods? I use 2 mods. All right, I use an inventory mod. Oops. That gives me extra inventory slots, because mostly as a convenience thing, because I was spending so much time, especially early game, running around. Like, dimensional depots make this not that big of a deal, but because I'm a streamer, I didn't want to waste a bunch of time running back and forth to central storage to refill. So I got this mod to alleviate wasted time from a streaming perspective. And then the only other one that I have is this one. This is Sky UI, and this helps me control you know, the sky, so that I can get, you know, sick thumbnails and stuff like that. And I can kind of make my cyberpunk city be at night most of the time instead of during the day. So, and this is actually the #1 reason why I'm not on 1.1 yet, because I just rely on, really, I could do without this, the extra inventory slot, but I don't know if I can live my life without Sky UI, especially since the entire kind of concept of this cyberpunk city is that it's at night. I actually have it set up so that the night length out of an hour, the total day length is 60 minutes. The night length I have at 56 minutes, and the daytime at 4 minutes. Right? And so, and I've done that to kind of give my entire save this feeling of nighttime more for people, and for myself too. I mean, this is the whole point. I've designed these buildings. I've designed these buildings to look good at night. So that's, and I don't know how long it's going to be till 1.1 launches officially, but there's nothing in it that is really holding me up, I would say, with perhaps the exception as of, you know, just last stream deciding, or 2 streams ago deciding to wait until we get the extra tools for the hypertubes before really building it out. That's the only thing that I would say is maybe holding me back. Other than that, I'm not really missing it. I'm looking forward to it, but I'm not, I don't feel like I have to have it, at least any more than I would like my Sky UI mod. Let's see. I was in the market for a new receiver for my home entertainment system. Problem was the volume knob of the model I was looking at was stuck at 10. I couldn't turn it down. Is that a pun? Shy, I prefer it quiet, so telling people tend to make it, well, not quiet. Yeah, I'm gonna have a bunch of people over the day after my stream. We're gonna have a party. Okay, so luckily both sets, both kinds of things, we'll call this one alternate steel right there, 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 and there. Yeah, I thought I missed one. And this one, just stators. They have the same exact inputs. Steel pipe and wire. So we can run, okay, that's another boon for efficiency here and simplicity. So that's nice. Those buildings are cool. Not gonna lie. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you. I think they look pretty cool too. So this is double, right? So what do we need to fit up here? I don't know if we can do this, you guys. How do we do this? Okay, maybe. Maybe. Maybe this will work. Keep the dream alive. I think we can do it. I think we can do it. Yeah, 2 motors at 100%. I think we can make this work. Yeah, there's a lot of work to do on it. Okay, so if we can build 2, how many total blueprints do we need? This is really 22. I mean, it's 24. It's 24 and we underclock 1. Yeah, it's 24. Right, I know it's 23, but we'll underclock 2 of them at 50%. So we're gonna build 24 worth. We're gonna get effective 23. So we need to build 24 of these. We're gonna need 3 floors, boys. We're going to need all 3 floors. All right, so if we imagine the square, we can fit. Wait. No. Hold on. There's 2 per. Okay, there's 2 per. We need 24. Okay, and there's 2 per, so we need 12 blueprints. Okay. I think we're still gonna need 3 floors. Maybe. One, 2, 3. I mean, there's 8, right? But if we need, all right. Okay. Because we could fit 2 in each one. 8 and 4. All right, okay. So we're only gonna need 2 floors. These are wider though. And we still have to move this. Although, do we really? Yeah, I don't like how it clips. We'll move that. And these are definitely wider. So let's put this in so that we can see how they work. Walls are one of humanity's great inventions. They definitely stand above walls. I'll take your word for it. Okay. All right, let's do some testing. Oh my god, that's a big boy. Is he bigger than this one? He is. Is he wider too? Very close. I know you did. Tell you what, I'll give you another shot at it, Ian. And I would rather not bleed into the walls like this. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe. Have to be here. I could make a left and a right. Gonna put on your scuba gear and make your way to the shed. I kind of like this. We'll have to make a left and a right, so I'll flip these around. I think that would be cool. Yeah. I don't know, guys. Like, we could compromise. We could make it work. But I don't really feel like doing that. Yep. There you go, Ian. Walls are one of humanity's great inventions. They definitely stand above floors. I'm gonna go ahead and call this not fitting with a double. Hey, Ray. Hello, Tiffany Sabine. Good morning. All right. I think I know what we need to do. Take a drink of water and think about it. What? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We need 24 of them. So we need 3 times this. Ada just dropped that knee slapper on me. Yes. Yeah, I remember. Okay. Test time. And I kind of want to make a left-right on this too, so that they are symmetrical. I'm gonna have now that sometimes what happens to me, guys, is I have a thought that enters my brain, and I know that it's going to cost me a lot of time. But it doesn't matter because I've already basically decided that I'm going to do a thing because I want to. And so I'm instantly lamenting the cost of said idea that has popped into my mind because I've already decided I'm going to do it. You know, like I have the thought. I know deep down that I'm gonna say yes to the thought, and so I instantly start like grieving the lost time in order to accomplish that. Tell me we're on the first floor of this. Yes, we are. What are we working on? We are working on the heavy modular frames. We're trying to decide how I am going to fit all of the various blueprinted or sets of blueprints that will make up our factory in the space that we have that we have made. And I realized that it's all about this floor. Okay, this is the floor that I don't know. Okay, because the top 2 floors have to be motors. I talk about it here. Okay, so the bottom floor is foundries. Okay, check. The second floor is heavy modular frames. That was the one I was just working on. Check. 4 and 5 have to be motors. Check, check. The only question is what goes in the third floor. Is it the third floor here is basically our overflow. Do we do heavy modular frames overflow into it? Or can we crush the heavy modular frames into one floor? Or do the motors bleed into it because we can't crush the motors into 2 floors? And I think I just proved, although I couldn't make it work, we have this extra floor. I think I just proved that we are going to spread the motors out on 3 floors. And so it's going to look something like this. Motors. And what I'm doing right now is just double checking that our heavy modular frames floor can actually handle all 8 required. We can get rid of this because I had 4 up here. This is the third floor. We have to open this up for more motors. And we come down here. And I'm trying to make sure, although I can't seem to make them face the same direction. Now, what is your problemo, sir? All right, so we are bleeding over right here. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? Look at the scale at which we are constructing, and the tip is just the tip. Let's go. Can this survive 2 notches? Yeah, let's do. Do there. Two there. And then I've got this feeling. Whoa, that lovely feeling. Yep, I figured it would work. Yeah, I mean that's the key. Build, sucker. Where was I? We were here, and then I went back to boom, boom. Same thing here. We were 3 back. Right in the center. 1, 2, 3 back. And then I moved it back 1, 2. Alright, let's make sure that I hit all the markers. We have a really easy way to test that by doing this. Bum, 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 bum. And we'll do something with that over there. I think I know exactly what we'll do, but we're not going to do it yet, because I want to make a change to these. Oopsie. All right, so these fit. And they look beautiful. Okay, that means that here, here, and here. It was behind me. We don't have to do 8 total on each floor. We can resign ourselves with 4 total. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 here, and 1, 2, 3, 4 here. All right, and we're gonna get 12 times 2, because there's 2 motor assemblies in each one, equals our 24. And how many do we need? 23. And basically we'll just make one blueprint, instead of it doing the work of 2, it does the work of 1. We'll just cut everything in 50% on one special blueprint on the top floor. That's how we get our 23. All right, this factory is planned. I know exactly where everything's gonna go. I know exactly what we have to do. We just have to do it. So what's our task list? First thing I want to do is I want to make a mirrored version of this blueprint, because I think it would look really, really cool if which side do we mirror? If basically they were symmetrical. So do we put these platforms on the outside? Or do we put them on the inside? How much work are we talking here? I kind of really want to do it though. It's actually not going to be that hard. What would be easier? I guess it doesn't really matter. I like the idea of these being on the outside. And then double railways on the double walkways on the inside. Okay. I like that. I like it a lot. Actually, let's just do them on both sides. Okay. Otherwise, we're going to end up with this weird situation trying to connect that to that, and it's not really going to work. So I'll close this one off. We'll put lights under it. Okay. Let's do the heavy modular frame one. Let's do fix up on it, and then we'll get back to work on our motor. And if we can get all of these blueprints placed tonight, that'll be a huge win. I would also like to do the electrical work as well. Bum, bum. All right, so this is this one. By the way, this one I'm also going to do symmetrically. So I will probably move these 4 on the inside and move one of those on the outside. Or, yeah, I'll probably do that. I think that'll look the best. So we'll do that. But after we change, get our heavy modular frame blueprint under control. Okay. Right. All right, first thing we're gonna do, we're gonna close that off, leave that open, leave that open. Match what we did over here, which is immediately come up. right, let's put this lighting in. I don't like that going into the light. Let's take him to the edge, shall we? He is a blueprint. Autosave. So this is another instance of me using blueprints inside blueprints. Blueprintception. Still in the light. Does it look better if we do it over here? I think that's where it was before. I think we're gonna have to eat that. We're gonna let it go. We're gonna pick our battles, and we're not picking that one. Okay, we just have to do the same thing here. If you guys have any questions on kind of how I'm doing any of this or whatever, just, you know, don't hesitate to ask me. I'm happy to explain it. I just don't always I'm happy to explain it if somebody wants to know, if that makes sense. I just probably won't explain it for no questions, I guess. Ooh, I missed a paste there. Let's fix that. Oh, crap. We got to put in a bunch of these in the new area. Oh, and did I missed the delete as well. And then we got to turn you. And then do we want to... I don't know, man. Like, I don't know if I like this blue and white. I was thinking about this last night. We go gold. Maybe not gold, maybe carbon. We are making, this is the steel factory. All right, what if we just go carbon for everything? Give it a little bit darker feel and shiny. We are gonna have to, I will have to go through and paint everything. Not the foundations though. I already built the foundry one. I mean, now's the time, right? If we don't do it now, I'm not going to do it. Do all these. Let me know if you guys see anything that I'm missing here. What am I rambling on about? No answers or something like that? No answers? There are never any answers. That's not true. There are, you just have to know where to look. Okay, that's done. Mike Paschal. What's up? What's up yourself? Welcome, welcome. Oh, wait. Hold the phone. Okay, so these are gonna be T's. I'm a poet and I didn't even know it. This one as well. Mikey, maybe he likes it. I don't know, I wouldn't put words in his mouth. Congrats on the follower count. Thank you. Yeah, we have 3 more. I need 3 more subs to hit 11,000. We may get it tonight. If anybody is watching live, you can help bring me to 11,000 while we're live. Oh, I did a corner one here. All right, let's do a corner one and then yes. I'll do one here instead of here. Uh-oh. Spadudios. Oh, I see one of you just did it. Oh, two of you did it. We're one away. Will you stop that? There we go. We're one away. 10,999. Reload. 10,999. Okay, we're not going anywhere. This is like, you know, when I'm traveling with my kids. We're not going anywhere till everybody gets out and goes to the bathroom. I don't care if you don't think you have to go. Oh, come on, you trolls. All right, I'm gonna at least give us this really sick looking shot while we wait. Thank you for the follow. T-Bows on Twitch. 10,999. Come on. Where's that 11,000? There it is. Woo! Celebrate. All right, here. What's the emote button? We'll do an emoji button in Satisfactory. I just can't remember what they are. Here, let's look. Emote wheel T. There we go. $11,000 subs while live. Boosh time. Yeah, we got it. We got it. Good job. Thank you for the 3 or 4 of you that pushed us over the edge, and all the other 10,997 of you that did so. Oh, we have a late bloomer here. We're now at 11,001. I appreciate it, guys. It was fun. That was funny. All right, let's do one on the inside here. Doesn't exactly look like the building you copied it from. Yeah, the building I copied this from is much more slender. I have sort of the fatty version of it. Then obviously I, have the lights on it. Where are all the trucks? Well, I do have one truck automated and moving. Right, he's right here. Whee! But the rest of the trucks, I have a lot of one of the 2 destinations. So a truck needs 2 destinations, right? It needs a start point and an end point. I have a great many 1 out of the 2s. I have either the start point or the end point for a bunch of truck routes. As soon as this gets turned on, that's going to be a bunch more start and end points unlocking. So I think we'll turn on like literally 5 truck routes when we turn this on. But we got to turn it on first. left side. Left side of 2. Anything else that needs to be done? Thank you for the follow, Hang Bob. I have to name a doggo. 11,000. Next time we're down, maybe next time we're down, we'll name one. Anything else that needs to be done here before we make right side? All right, let's build left side so we have a point of reference. Shadowvin, is that a real civil engineer reference? Boosh. Oh, wrong one. Oh, I'm so glad I saved. I detest this bug. I'm not sure exactly how to get rid of it, but we can start by deleting that. Boosh. So what I'm gonna do is yeah, I figured it was. I'm gonna make a my brother watches him so much. Like, I was talking about playing Schedule 1 to my brother, and my brother's like, "Oh yeah, Real Civil Engineer did a video on that," and I was like, "Yeah." He, you know, my brother doesn't watch anything else. Uh-oh, these are on the outside. Okay. That's not good. I was like, yes, yes, the one that Real Civil Engineer did. No, you guys, I saved it. No, we're okay. Left side. This is now a defunct model. Where's left side? This one. Okay. Sorry, I was freaking out for a second. That really should be inside. RC's content is so generic and friendly, I'm almost convinced he's actually an AI. He does have a certain way about him, doesn't he? Look at that. The heck, bros? Well, I guess we'll just let it go. I guess maybe I'll just build those by hand. All right, fine. Be that way. Oh my gosh, I'm so hot. Hold on, I'm gonna go open the door. my God. Man boobs are sweating. It's ridiculous. Okay. Speaking of content being so generic and friendly. I do have 2 computers in this room banging away, creating heat. Plus, you know, my fat body. Okay. We have to build the reverse. Basically, we're going to move this over to that side. We're not going to move this. We're going to move that over. We'll move that over. The connections are going to be hard. The most complicated part is going to be the changes that get made back here. And then what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to set carbon steel finish to standard. Anything else? Concrete wall. And that should be it. So now when we build stuff, it'll already be set. To be fair, he used to work for city government. That's worse than AI. Yeah. Okay, so 2 in. Let's make some kind of notes here. We do have one to copy, of course. So bye-bye. Bye-bye-bye. Yes, that was a Deadpool and Wolverine reference. Okay, all right, and now oop. These buildings are insane. Hey, Joshua Day. Well, they are an outward manifestation of the insanity within. Mostly it's just patience, attention to detail, and a certain amount of OCD. Slowly adding tools to the toolbox. How close are we to the edge? Stubbornness, yes. Yes. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking. All right, it has to go right here. All right, which means we got to change this. Or do we? Kind of like it. Yeah, we don't have to change that at all. It's actually an iron ingot. Okay. So far, so good. Okay, power's hooked in. That's hooked in. We've transferred that. Let's transfer this. And then it's not going to let me build there again, which sucks. And this. I actually built this backwards, like a dummy. Okay, so the idea is that this will press up right next to this one, like right next to it. So, okay, all right, if that's true, then I actually don't. Now let's leave the walls. Now let's get rid of the walls. And before I forget, let's load left side into here. Make sure there's no stupid bugs happening. Fly over here. Get rid of these walls so I don't forget. Come on. Okay. Okay, now. Last and most difficult job, reconnecting these. Now, one of them is easy. Two of them is easy. be honest, all 4 of them weren't really that hard. Already done. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. All right. Am I forgetting anything? Oh, we got to set this. What's that? What's that nubby? Is that part of... Is that? It's the foot. Huh. Oh well. Okay. That's fine. Let's test. We are running out of room over here. Here, we don't need this stuff anymore. I just wanted to get one. Yeah, it has to, it probably when, yeah, it's definitely the foot. Something happened when I built it. It didn't like the surface that it was standing on, but it can get over it. And what is this? Okay. Left side. Right side. It's Mikey. Oops. Okay, let's fix that. Apparently I forgot to do that. This is why we're testing. This is why we're here, Meg. This is why we're here. That is such my favorite, like, deep reference. Like, deep Family Guy reference. Huh. Peter's trying to teach her how to, like, get a boyfriend. And he's making her do all these terrible things. Meg. And he's sitting in the car with her, and the windows are rolled up, and he's just sitting there with the, like, stupid look on his face, and she's like, I don't understand, what are we doing here? And then he like makes a face and then sighs, and he's like, oh my god, Dad, you farted, and she tries to like get out of the car, and he's like, shh, this is why we're here. Oh no, I forgot that stupid thing. He's like, you have to learn the love is farts. This is why we're here, Meg. This is why we're here. It's terrible. Sorry, I watched a lot of Family Guys during my formative years. Family Guy episodes. Anything else? This looks really nice. Both of those are set. All these are still set, right? Yeah, I didn't change any of these. All right, and then we could go like this. Okay, let's go put these in. $67 viewers on the YouTube, 19 on Twitch. Appreciate you guys being here. We're at 11,002 subscribers on YouTube, which is crazy, but awesome. All right, so I think we have to delete all of them because I changed both. Levi Toman, yo, just coming in from your video yesterday. How high up are you? I'll show you as soon as I finish building this out. Can I ask which video? I'm always curious what kind of content people are getting people to my live streams. Was it one of my shorts? Was it one of the long ones? Was it the update? The 500-hour update video? I'm just curious. All right, next one. Left side. And then delete. This is gonna be the right one. The 500-hour tour. Okay. Was that the first video of mine you've seen? Sorry for the 50 questions. I'm just trying to get a handle on information. Trying to get the inside intel. Left side. And last one. You believe so? And it's fine. You understand the YouTube grind? Yeah. All hail the powerful algorithm. That's cool. I didn't know. Leo, I haven't watched that video yet. Should I watch it? Well, I would say it would be nice from a... I don't think it has any information that you need that you don't already have. I would say from like, it's always better to get good watch time. You know, so if you want to, you can, you know, watch it to essentially help support the video. You know, a like on and stuff like that. And anybody that, you know, wants to, you know, maybe go the extra mile a little bit in support, but you don't have, like, if you want to help me out, but because there's a lot of people that do, and you don't like have a bunch of money to buy gift memberships, or God, I had somebody give me $450 in super chats yesterday. Insane. There are very few people that can do that, right? But a way that you guys can help, if you want to help, is if you see a video of mine and you want to help, watch it all the way through and like it. That is shockingly helpful to help grow my channel. You know, and if you don't have time, or if you don't want to, it's totally fine. I just wanted to communicate that that is one possible way of helping me out. Thank you for the follow, Foxhound hubby. Yeah, and that one's only 10 minutes. I totally get, you know, if somebody doesn't want to like turn on the VOD, like I'm gonna tell you a secret. You guys ready for a secret? I've never said this to the channel. And by the way, I haven't forgotten about you, Levi. I owe you a look down as soon as we get out of this factory. I'm just kind of wrapping up this floor. How goes the build? It's going really nicely. But yeah, that's definitely one way to help. And like I said, oh, I was gonna start to say, I totally get it if like you get onto YouTube and you see like an 8-hour VOD of mine and you're like, oh, I don't got time for this shit. Like, I get that, right? It's totally fine. But yeah, the key is percentage watch. YouTube likes percentage watched and likes and comments. So if you want to help out, that is one possible avenue. But again, don't feel obligated. If you're hearing my voice, that means that you are a supporter of mine in some way, and either watching this in the live or the VOD, and therefore I am already appreciative of your current level of support. My skull is sanded and ready for paint. Posted an update on your Discord. All right, let's just take a quick look. Okie Sooner is a longtime supporter. Oh, that's my Steam of the channel, and I would like to. We'll show off a picture of his skull. And this is going on your truck, right? 3D printed skull. Have you named them yet? Nice. He stole some random person's skull. It's true. It puts the lotion on the skin. Teslia, you said your pyramid building had ore brought into the lower level, then the second level was the storage of the ore. What was the third level for? Distribution of different buildings? I would say storage is kind of, it just happens. I don't have a storage only section. Storage is incidental, you know, to the purpose of the building. It just sort of happens. The third floor is the distribution floor. Okay, guys, this is ready for electricity hookups and belt hookups, and I'm very happy with the mirrored versions that we did, instead of kind of just being lazy and doing like where they all faced one direction. I really like how they have mirrored each other. I think it looks really good. And I like these little platforms. And if we wanted to get really silly, which, ooh, I think I do. I'm about to get silly. Sorry. I know I owe a answer to a question, but I can't help myself. We're getting silly. Oh yeah, can you get any better than that perfection? Ooh, should I do lights under there? I kind of want to. All right, I'm gonna leave this. I'm gonna let this go. We might do this another time. This is one of those pick your battles. I think it does open up a can of worms. I would have to put lights on it. Ooh, I already know that I'm gonna have to put a light here. Right, I would have to put the orange lights on it. I would probably have to put the underside green lights on it. Otherwise, it doesn't look, it doesn't have the same, like, it doesn't feel the same, right? And I'm not sure if I want to open up that can of worms right now. I'm not against it, but we do have bigger fish to fry. So you have one storage container per item brought in before you send out of the factories. Well, yeah, I don't think storage is really that important because it has to have a net positive flow. But don't forget, the trains themselves have storage. The stations themselves, and each station has a storage on the outside of it. So there's the station bringing it in. There's the storage outside the station, and then there's the station taking it out. Okay, nice. Okay, let's head down. We're gonna come back up and fix up this floor in a second, but I owe a promise. I want to show exactly how high up we are. Hopefully, Levi, you're still here. Levi, on my own Satisfactory world, I'm building a 1,600-meter radius central train track for a mega factory, hoping to actually finish it. Nice. Well, if you want to join the Discord, we always share pictures of what we're working on to kind of like self-encourage each other and ourselves. So yeah, so I'm not really that high up. I just wanted to be basically just high up over the trees. You know, a little bit of space above the trees on this bottom floor. You know, and I wasn't sure exactly how tall the bottom floor or the subway would be when I planned this out. So I overshot it a bit, but it all kind of works out. Yeah, the spiral. Yeah, the spiral is really nice. I have this blueprint available on my Discord, by the way, for free, for anybody, for everybody. All right, so you can check that out. But yeah, this is how high up we are. Where's my hole? You like springs? I don't know about that. Can we ride a train up the spiral? Yeah, we can do that. Maybe a little bit later. I've done it a couple times. We can do a tour out there, sure. All right, we have a lot of painting to do because I don't want to rebuild these. That is gonna, you know, it really grinds my gears. Yeah, I don't want to repaint these. Sorry. I'm sorry, I don't want to rebuild these. because I did a bunch of would it be easier to just rebuild these? Would it be easier to just rebuild these? It would be. It would be. Okay, you've changed my mind. You guys are very, very persuasive. Springtown. We did talk about names of the city. We probably, it does need a good name. Kin probably has to be a part of the name. It has to be a pun. All right, so I'll repaint this and then resave it, and then we'll delete and rebuild. This is why we have blueprints, people. That's why we use blueprints in our factories, so we can quickly make adjustments as needed. We've been playing for 2 hours. We've gotten a lot done in these first 2 hours. We have hit everybody. Let me know if I missed anything, guys. Some of this we won't be able to hit. Like, I'm gonna probably just have to let this go. I don't think I want to open the can of worms that would be. 82 concurrent viewers. I'm just repainting a blueprint right now. Because I should have decided on an overall paint color earlier in the process, and I kind of forgot until today, and I built these yesterday. And so for the matching set on the other floors, we decided on the carbon color, and in order to make everything match, we have to redo the placement that we did yesterday. The good news is that the blueprints can get switched out very fast. We just have to update said blueprints with changes that we want. Gotta hit these. Bum, bum. Bum. Okay. Have we missed anything? Yes. Yes. All right, final checks. We're not doing those foundations. Okay. All right, in theory, now that that's saved, I just have to copy, paste it. All right, all the colors done. Another one. And the arrow, white arrow faces the middle. Now I do one at a time. I can use the one that is still there. Really? Okay, sooner for me. Yeah, I mean, we have to do the phase 4 and the phase 5 buildings, and I don't really have anything set except for perhaps the bad guy building from Cyberpunk, Arasaka Tower, or whatever it's called. Disney Castle in the Titan Forest. That's interesting. Won't be done by me. Ooh, we gotta change this. Yep, just gotta delete those two things. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. You guys want to see what's behind that door? By the way, I've gotten 1.6 million views in the last 30 days. Absolutely ridiculous. That is more views than I've gotten up until that point. I've more than doubled my views. Just really ridiculous. But you just planted a seed. I can't stop thinking about it. No, not true. Narnia. Beep. Yes, I want to see the other side of the door. I couldn't think of any other way to solve a problem, so I was like, all right, let's just make it go to a door to nowhere. Nice to see my channels popping off. Yeah, it's it is nice. Now, I would never look up a gift. You know, this is not from a complaining place. This is from an informational sharing of information place. But yeah, It is very true though that a short view is not as valuable as a long form view. So the real piece of importance for me is how much, if any, do the shorts and the extra long forms like that 50-hour thing that you saw, what is that? How does that translate to long form support for me? And that long form being either my videos, but more importantly, my live streams, right? Because what I really need is to grow my live streaming audience, right? On YouTube and Twitch, both of them, right? And so that's what I hope the shorts do in the long run. Okay, nice. That little task is done. We all are now in that carbon steel instead of that blue white that we had. All right, so we have fixed up the heavy modular frames blueprint. We have fixed up the foundry blueprint, and those are really the 2 out of 3. Now we have to finish building out. Yeah, fair enough. No, and don't get me wrong. I talked about this last night, so I apologize if you guys heard it, or if you're here and you heard it last night. But there is one person in particular that I know had blew up, and I mean really blew up. Not like what I did. What I did is a bump, and it's a relatively speaking, it's a blow up for me. But he, using YouTube Shorts, using edits and cuts of his VODs, right? So he records a VOD, he live streams, and then he pulls out a piece of it, turns it into a YouTube short. That alone blew his channel up to where he has multiple employees, right? And so, and that's very, very similar to what I want to do. Yeah, Thor, 100%. Yeah, Pirate Software, right? And so he spends the majority of his time streaming. He doesn't make a ton of YouTube video content. He makes some. I want to make some, but only when I have something specific to say. I want to build my monetization around 30-minute YouTube videos, right? That I've made and cut. I want to build my monetization around live streaming because that's what I like to do. And so if I can, and I can offload to an employee or to an editor the work of taking this live stream footage that I'm recording right now as we speak and turning it into those shorts. I just have to get better. I have to get better in 2 ways, right? I have to get better at picking which content to turn into a short and the execution of that short, right? The editing of it, that sort of thing. And then I have to get better at making the actual content in real time, right? Because if I can be better at my live streaming, that gives better, you know, a foundational sort of resource to use as a short, right? And so I have to improve all that, but I really like this workflow, and it's allowed me to basically changing the workflow and doing it this way has allowed me to blow up. And I figure, why reinvent the wheel? He's already done it. He's translated that insane short success into his live stream success, right? And for instance, let me give you a perfect example. You know, I was watching them, and I was seeing that he puts a little Twitch thing. Let's look at one. This is you know, this is a kind of you know, whether you like him or don't like him, and we had that his I have to mute it here. I don't think you guys can hear it. And that's fine. if you look right here, it's a little hard to see the join buttons on top of it, but he shows off his Twitch, right? And then he's got the face cam, and all of his shorts look the same. That's another thing I have to work on. I have to get a brand, right? I have to get it so that like when you see one of, like, you don't even have to know it's even, like, you know it's him. Obviously it looks like him, but his organization of the short, every single one looks the same, right? And so I need to work on that. But I also noticed, like I said, the Twitch, it's pointing the YouTube shorts, right? This has 225,000. Let's see, when did this? Okay, so this is old. It's got 4 million views. It is 10 months old or so. This just happened to be the one that was on my page to watch, right? So 225,000 likes, 1,300 comments, right? Think of how many people have seen his Twitch, because it's down here, right? And so this is directing, it's like a marketing funnel, right? That directs casual and new viewers to his Twitch, right? And I don't know about you guys, but I came across him because of his shorts, and I think the vast majority of them do, right? And so that's just, and so why reinvent the strategy? Obviously my content is different than him. I comport myself differently than him. I talk about different things. We're currently playing different games, although I am going to be playing Ash's Creation just like him, which is kind of interesting. I will probably be fighting him in PvP, which is also interesting. But, he has a certain, he has taken sort of a certain corner of the gaming market, right? And he talks about, life advice and programming and stuff like that, right? So he's got his own little thing. I've got different things. So I'm not copying content wise, but in terms of like organizational structure on how to treat my channel, why reinvent the wheel? Yeah, his most recent short 9 hours ago had 129,000 views with 8.6 thousand likes. Yeah, right. So why experiment for years and years when I have a blueprint for success right here? And it doesn't mean that I can do it too, but I figure, like, if he's already used a machete through the forest to get to grow his channel this way, and I want the same goals, right, which is a lot of streaming and very little YouTube video making, then why not try it? And so if you look at one of my shorts, right, one of the ones that just popped. So look what I did. Right now, mine looks differently. I have this set up, but I started putting in a Twitch director as well. All right, so I put this one out today. Right, so we'll see. I figure, why reinvent the wheel when somebody else has already shown success? And then I'll make adjustments, right? If it's not working, I'm already making adjustments, because I'm faceless, at least for now, right? So obviously there's differences, but that's kind of, and already it has made a huge difference in my channel, a huge difference. And we'll see if that continues or if the last week has been a fluke. I have no idea. But either way, it's fun. I'm trying something new. It is mostly sustainable for me. I'm not quite getting enough sleep, but we'll get there. And I am working on putting together a new computer so that the computer that I'm using right now can become an editing computer for my daughter, because my daughter is going to start, she's going to be in charge of making my shorts, my YouTube shorts. All right. Motors. My daughter is going to be my first editor, and she's going to be my first employee. I'm going to give her all the YouTube short revenue, and then half of the long form, like that video that you watched, Levi, the one, the tour, yeah, child labor, 100%. I got to make her work for her. You know, I mean, hey, she's 14. You know, in most countries, she'd be at work. She wants to be a storyteller, whether a writer, something, and actually going through my footage and picking out where the story is I definitely think something that will help further her writing and storytelling. And she's learning a skill. She's getting a computer for free to do anything she wants to on. The one that I'm currently playing Satisfactory on right now as we speak. Right? So, I wonder. Here's our inputs. They're on this side, so we'll do the same here. But yeah, she can start saving for a car. She can start saving for. She's gonna be 15 in just a couple of months. Yeah, she can boast how she works from home with her pa. Well, she's already talking to her. Oh, we have to go through and paint this one too. Let's paint this one. Oh, hold on. Hold up. Before I forget, let's do this. She's already showing her friends and talking to her friends about the channel. And then she has said, at least this summer, she's gonna have a lot of time this summer. When school starts again for her, obviously, she should have enough time to do most of the editing, but she will obviously lose some time. We're gonna try to get a merch shop up. I'm gonna have her do the merch shop. So I'm gonna give her 50% of all money made by the long form videos that she edits out of this channel. I mean, out of this footage. For instance, the 500-hour tour that you watched, Levi, right? How many skyscrapers are you gonna make today? We're building out the interior factory of this skyscraper right here. And we don't need any of this. But I do think that these are in the correct position, so we'll color them. And we'll start this over. But yeah, I'm gonna give her 50% of that, and then if she sets up a merch shop, we'll probably do print on demand. Then I'll give her 50% of that too. Whatever she can come up with. So yeah, we're discussing. So I believe in trying to I believe in partners over employees. If especially on, you know, what will be a two-man operation, right? If she studies on how to make the perfect short and gets really good at it, I want her to have that incentivization. And shorts in particular don't make a ton of money, so I feel like it's fair that she gets 100% of it. Because the real, like I mentioned, the real thing that I'm looking for is that marketing funnel, getting people to my live stream. For me, that's where the long-term money is. So if I incentivize her, you know, her getting good at making shorts, and she's young and smart, and she so like, for instance, if you look at some of my old shorts, I don't have that that chat, right? The subtitles that are baked into the video. And you know, we were talking about it, and I was like, yeah, I was thinking about doing that, but I don't know. And she's like, you have to do that. I was like, okay. She's like, no, I'm serious. She goes, if a short does not have those baked in subtitles, she goes, I just skip it. I immediately skip it. And I go, well, why do you do that? She goes, well, I watch it on mute. She watches all of her shorts with the phone muted. And so if it doesn't have the subtitles as part of, you know, big and visible in the middle of the screen, then she just skips it because she's not going to listen to it. I was like, okay. Like I had no idea. You know, although I did think about this, and I did realize though, after thinking about it, that I do the same thing, but on Twitter, right? If you know, and after she said it, I was like, oh, holy crap, I do the same thing, you know? Let's do it here. You know, I just skip stuff. I watch it mostly on mute, and I just skip stuff that I can't, you know, that doesn't have what I'm looking for. We got to flip this around. You know, in terms of subtitles, I was like, oh crap. So anyway, there's little things like that she's going to be good at because, you know, she's 15 and I'm an old man. But yeah, so these are all the things that I'm trying to add to the channel. My wife has been studying up. She's taken classes, okay, on pet portraits, because she is going to make a doggo pet portrait in the style that like an owner would make of their dog. My wife is a oil painter, an oil artist, oil on canvas, motors. And so we're definitely going to have that. I'm going to have that in whatever shop we create. Bum, bum, bum. We're making good progress here while I'm talking. Subtitles also help attract people to the short in the first place. If the text is interesting, you might decide to watch it when you weren't planning to. Right, Marco, 100%. Definitely. Levi, okay, gotta go. AFK for a few, but I will be back. Also, this sounds like a great plan you got going. Yeah, at least enough to try. You know, I've been doing kind of the same thing for 2 years, so why not try something different and see how that goes? And so far, it's been going great. She's correct. People watch shorts in a lot of environments where having the sound on is not acceptable. Yeah. Yeah, and it makes sense when, you know, you kind of say it out loud. Oh, these aren't centered. What am I doing? Bros. These are not centered. It makes total sense when you say it out loud. I just don't know why it was... I didn't put it on as much of a priority as I should have, you know? Okay, so there's only one there. If we go over, that's 3 and 2. Does it matter? Yeah, it matters. I can put an extra step in the middle. Okay. One, two, here. And she is actually contributed. She sits when I edit. She sits next to me, and she's contributed to a bunch of my shorts already, and like, okay, well, you know, that first 5 seconds, it's a little boring, I would skip it. I'm like, all right, so how can we make this better? I'm like, all right, well, we can change it up. And she's like, well, hey, why don't you reverse that footage? It was her idea, actually. Here, let me show you this. Do I still have that up? No, I'm gonna show you this. So this short right here, this footage is reversed. Okay, so I was showing it straight on, like later on, right? I was showing the this street, right? But this footage, and then I looked up, but if we reverse it, then it gives some movement in the first 3 or 4 seconds. And then I did a slow pan so that as the short continued over the next few seconds, there was a little bit of movement here because I'm talking about the lighting. Right, and then on the first version of this short, I cut to the whole screen was text, but the whole screen being text is kind of lame, and so it was a little overwhelming because there was a bunch of text instead of just the 2 things that I was talking about, which is that piece and that piece. And so then I found another piece of footage and put it behind there, and just put the text in front so that there's something there. And then by the end, right, when we finish the short, and then I also put the arrows in, but when we finish the short, the text goes away, and now we can see the full picture of, you know, what was there the whole time, you know. And so anyway, she helped me put this together. It's a much better short than it would have been without her help. She's very, very good at it. I think she's really gonna enjoy it. Evan, bro, I came across your shorts constantly. It's great. Kylo Builds is also doing this, and his channel is improving, so the strat does work. Yeah, and what I really need to do too is, okay, let's do the same thing here. I need to think about and make shorts content. Like, if you think about one of the things that really made you know, Thor blow up, is that most of his shorts don't have anything to do with the game that he's playing. Some of them do, but most of them are about like McDonald's in another country, or, you know, life advice, you know, how do you get over feeling inadequate, imposter syndrome, basically, right? He may be playing a game, but a lot of his shorts are based on something that's applicable to a wide variety of people, not just people that play XYZ game, or not just people that are coders or that want to make their own game, right? His shorts are very wide. And I tried to do that a little bit with, you know, I made that one short that was just the puns, you know? So, you know, things like that I think have a wide, and the one that blew up, it's about the game, but it is interesting even if you don't know anything about the game. I think that is what the most important thing is. You know, it has to hold interest even if you don't know anything about the game. So I'll still do some shorts that are kind of, okay, this is a rotor. I need the stator on this side. That are still like little tutorials for Satisfactory. But those, I know that those are just gonna serve my current audience, which is important to do too, right? I have to make sure that my current audience is always being served good content. But I also want to make some shorts that have wider appeal. The puns one was good, yeah. Marco, figuring out how to increase user attention and conversion is so important and so hard too. Trying to do the same thing for my app development company, and it's definitely been an experience. Yeah, so I mean, we've been studying up, and there's a lot of good information out there. Okay, can we get moving here? Where did we decide? Where's our input? Our input's that side. I want to keep talking while I gotta try to keep talking while I work. Mikey, kin. Guess what I got? I got a Red Bull. You are welcome with this useful information. Thanks for that, Mikey. I'm glad you got your Red Bull. But there's definitely a lot of information about how to make good shorts out there. Well, okay, there's definitely a lot of information. It's not all necessarily good information. So we've been studying up a little bit, but one that I think was particularly good talked a lot about the 3 stages of a good YouTube short. And they are the hook, right? The beginning, what gets people hooked on your story. Then the middle, or progress, right? You want to show forward progress in your short. You want to pull people through it, and then you need to have a satisfying conclusion, right? The end. And and her and I were watching this and we were talking about it, and she's like, this is exactly what writing does. When you write a novel, when you write a story, when you write a script, it's the same thing. Obviously the format is slightly different, but it's the same concepts. And basically, we were talking about how, oh, that's very wrong. We were talking about how, imagine in her case, she wants to be a novel writer. What do you have to do to be good at something? Practice. No matter what it is, you have to get your 10,000 hours in, or however you want to say it, right? You have to practice. And if she wants to practice storytelling, she can now pump out two YouTube shorts a day for me, 1 or 2 YouTube shorts a day for me, and practice and see immediate results. Iterate over and over and over again for a year or 2, right? That's so much faster than sitting down and writing another novel, or sitting down and writing, a short story, even if it's a short story or a novella, right? She can practice being a storyteller in the YouTube shorts. And so, anyway, we've talked about these things, and she's really excited. And she comes in and she says hi in the chat, and it's been a lot of fun. And it's fun that her and I get to spend time together, and that's really nice too. Hey, it is not. Welcome to the live stream. You really don't want an unfinished story at the end of the short. You'll get a lot of hate for that. Yes, exactly. It needs a promise. You have to make promises. You have to progress towards that promise, and you have to have a payoff. Promises and payoffs. And that is exactly how novels work. Like, if you think about your most favorite, if you're a reader and you think about your most favorite novels, for me at least, they're the ones that succeed in promises and payoffs. Okay, I think I like our structure on this. I think this will work. What are our next steps? By the way, we had our 126 concurrent viewers. I've been sort of rambling for the last few minutes. Let's take a second and let me catch all you guys up with what I'm actually doing here, so that you can kind of get a feel for it and you can know enough to ask questions if you want to. Marco, yeah, that's super valuable experience for sure. She's going to learn a lot about useful stuff for the future and earn some money at the same time. Great opportunity for my daughter. Right, and we're going to use DaVinci Resolve. I'm going to obviously get her the studio version, and she's going to get editing and color timing experience. And if she wants to, she can get into animation, she can get to special effects, and that's another skill that she can take and use that in combination with her storytelling to maybe she'll make animated YouTube. We're already talking about, she will have a YouTube channel, I think, her own. And so we're brainstorming, what that might look like. But I'm guessing it'll be some sort of like short stories that she writes and then animates. Dude, cliffhangers on a short story are so dumb because I'm just going to go down the rabbit hole. I'm not going to go out of my way to get out of the rabbit hole to see how the story ended. True. Yeah, no, you have to have a complete... That's a mistake that I was making as well. In my early shorts, I was trying to get people to want to click on my longer form video, but it just makes people unsatisfied. Instead, these shorts, I'm trying to tell a complete story and have people have a complete experience while watching it, and the results are, again, speaking for themselves. Okay, so let's focus on this for a second. What are we doing? Well, we're trying to build this factory. I got some notes here, but don't worry, it's easier than this looks, okay? We already have built 2 out of 3 blueprints. They're built, they're installed. They're not fully hooked up. They're not engaged, but they're installed and they're ready to be hooked up. The heavy encased frame, or the heavy modular frames, takes up this, and then a chunk of that, not all of that, and this, right? And then we'll do a purple color here. We also have, well, very easily, this. All 126 foundries, or so. I think it's 124, it doesn't matter. Okay, those are in. And then, now what we're doing is we're kind of taking the rest of these iron pipes, the stators, the motors, and, oops. Taking the rest of the iron pipes, the rotors, the motors, and the stators. Now these are so small, these guys, you know, these little guys, these one-offs, I'll just stick those somewhere. I'm not worried about that. Like probably on the top floor or something, not a big deal. It's these 3 colors. Blue one is done, purple one is done, we're doing the green one. Okay, and so when we look, we've already knocked out what it takes to get a motor built. And we did that over here. All right, if this is our motor, we need 10 rotors and 10 stators. Okay, well, each of these makes 5 rotors. Five rotors. Okay, so here's our 10 rotors. Here's our 10 stators. All right, and then we got to look. I've got an alternate recipe, steel rotor, because it's wire and steel pipe. And then if we look at the stator, look, it's wire and steel pipe. Very easy, very efficient. 2 items with just an input of 2 items, steel pipe and wire, I can make motors. Because if I don't, if I use the other one, if I use the regular motor recipe, I mean rotor, now I need iron rods and screws. Screw that. Like, that's a pain in the ass. I don't want to do that. Now this blueprint is way more complicated. But now if it's just steel pipes and wires, well, I already have to have those for the stators. Easy. And I can feed them all in a line. They're the exact, you know, they just go in a line. Steel rotors, wire. Sorry, steel pipe and wire. And then it doesn't matter what I have where. Rotors on that side, stators on that side, but it's the same feed. So simple. So simple. All right, Lena and Okie Sooner, good night, guys. Right, and then now the only other thing we have to do is we have to make our steel pipe. So if we have the steel pipe, we have 2 15s and 2 10s. Right, 2 15s is 30, 2 10s is 20, 20 plus 30 is 50. If we look at this makes 25. We need 50, 2 of them. All right, and so now we come over here and I want to do 2 sets. The motor, the 2 steel, the 2 constructors for the steel, and then 2 rotors and 2 stators. And then motor, 2 constructors, 2 rotors, 2 stators. And now each blueprint will be able to knock out 2 motor assemblers. And all we have to do is feed in the and we're going iron pipe. Got to feed in iron ingots, 400 iron ingots a minute, 100 times 4. And I gotta feed in a shit ton of wire. Okay, 30 times 4 plus 40 times 4. It's actually not really that much. Right, that's 70 times 4, 280. It's not that much. 280 wire, 400 iron ingots per minute, and out pops 10 motors per minute. Pretty nice. Now, how much do we need? Well, we've already decided that we need 115. Uh-oh. So 115, sorry, I didn't mean to flash you. Well, not that way anyway. 23 assemblers. Well, if we just pretend we need 24 assemblers, that means that we need 12 of these blueprints. And what I'll do is on one of the blueprints, I'll underclock everything by 50%. So that one of the blueprints isn't worth 2, it's only worth 1. And that'll get us our 23. Okay, so that's what we're working on. That's what we're trying to do. We've made pretty good progress. And we locked down the other 2 blueprints, like I said earlier in the evening. And we also made sure that we have enough room in the factory and we know how we're going to, orient them all. So now we have to fit, and now these all fit. And I moved over the walkways so that they don't clip. And everything is nice, and this matches the same aesthetic that we have on the other floors. We're all looking good. We have really 2 difficult steps to do. Logistics and wiring. Everything else is done. Logistics being the more difficult of the 2. So I think what I probably want to do is get the wiring out of the way. No, let's do the logistics, because then there may be some opportunities to hide wiring in logistics, and we'll see those if we do the logistics first. Okay. Sushi Cat, good morning. Always so strange that I'm waking up to the live stream when others are saying good night. Yeah, well, it is midnight on the west coast of the United States, which means it's 3 a.m. on the East Coast. A lot of people, especially on a work night, are in bed right now. Normal people, anyway. I, however, am not normal, as you guys well know. All right, getting a drink. All right, I got to refill my drink here. I got to think about this for a second. And 11,000 subs. Yeah, we hit it tonight in the live stream. We're up to 11,009. Whether that's from current viewers or people watching my shorts, hard to say. But I definitely got some subs from the current viewers for sure. We're up to 140 live. There goes a truck. We're gonna have a lot more trucks on our roads here very soon. Is that truck buried into the road? No, it's just an optical illusion. All right. Anyone who's up watching who are not normal? Well, I mean, there's people in Europe watching me right now. It's really early for them. There's people in Australia. Isn't it like the afternoon for you Australians? Righto. I think Sushi Cat's from South Africa, right? Did I remember that correctly, Sushi Cat? You're from South Africa? Denmark, Dad Gamer, yeah. Hey, Dad Gamer, I was watching What Darren Plays today, and somebody gifted 50 memberships. I was pretty sure I saw your name. Did you get gifted a membership to What Darren Plays today? Was that you? Or am I mixing that up with somebody else? Could be a mix-up. All right, logistics first, and then wiring. Mandrigal, good morning. All right, Mandrigal, where are you from? Europe somewhere, right? Is it Germany or Italy? I can't remember. Maybe your twin wasn't you. Okay. Yep, South Africa. I try. Switzerland, that's right. I knew that. All right, I got an idea. I think the first step is how do we get these? Is this a bridge too far? Here, let's try. Nope, no luck. Got it. Half nudge worked. Doing all these freaking half nudges, it's gonna get me in trouble. Okay. Okay. All right, I need to rest my brain for a second. Let's read chat. Cold Barks. Is that a root beer reference? I just got phase 3 completed and I feel like I need to redo everything I've done so far. So I can understand that. I would say don't redo, build again. Right? I would say, like, let me ask you this, Cold Barks. Where did you build? Where's your starter area? Is it in the green? Is it in the, sorry, I got the hiccups. Rocky Desert or the you know, the fields, the green fields, right? What you can do is you can pack up everything, you know, take the materials that you need. You could connect it with logistics or not. So you went to the desert, the Dune Desert or the Rocky Desert? Garrett, good evening. How's it going today? It's going good. We're making good progress. The Dune? Yeah, so that's one of the most difficult places to build. Did you do that on purpose as a challenge? That is this your first game and you built in the Dune Desert? If you did that, that's impressive. I would not do that. That would be difficult for me. What you might want to try to do is maybe go up to the forest, right? You could go, so you're out here. Right? You could build, you go out to the Rocky Desert, lots of good stuff here, and just rebuild, build new factories, build everything that you just built, build it again. But now you've learned, right? You've learned all this stuff. You have more tools at your disposal. You've unlocked all of the awesome shop shit, right? You have a better idea of how to plan. You all those things, right? You instead of, oh, my fault's a Rocky Desert, bottom left of the map. You have an ad. Stupid ads. Hopefully he tells me when the ad's over. Let me keep thinking about this until he's ready to talk again. I've got an idea, guys. A crazy idea. What if we sushi belts? We're gonna do it. Oh. This would be a lot easier if I moved these over there. I would lose my symmetry. But I think we have to do it. I was trying to get it symmetrically on center. Yeah, the half nudges get you into trouble too. I know. And then I forget I have them, and then weird stuff starts happening. Yeah, Rocky Desert, where there's a lot of iron copper. I have oil on the coast too. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I figured you were, yeah, Rocky Desert's here, Dune Desert's there. Yeah, I mean, what I would say is maybe rebuild into the forest. You can go forest. You could also go Crater Lakes. You could build up here. This is a fun place to build. This is an interesting place to build in here. You could go really dangerous and build up in the Red Forest. Right? So you could, the point is you've already built out this stuff. Don't think that you have to delete everything. There's plenty of places on the map to build. You know, and bauxite is up here anyway. You know, and that's where you're gonna need for there's nitrogen up there. You need bauxite for the aluminum, right? And so, you know, you could come up here. There's a lot of places, there's a lot of open area right here to build. I have built a lot in the forest. This is the northern forest. This is fun to build in. It's challenging. There's less open area, but there's a lot of good, rich resources in here. This waterfall is cool. You could build, like this waterfall right there is very cool. You can build there. Crater Lakes. This lake is very large and very fun to build. There's some open area here. And then of course, this is all, this is like the bamboo forest here. And then this is like the red forest there. And so you can, you know, any of this area, and then you can basically rebuild phase 1, 2, and 3. And that's basically what I'm doing. I mean, I'm building motors right now. I've completed phase 3, and what am I doing? I'm building a heavy modular frames motor factory, even though I already have one. I already have one down here. I have one like right, either like right here, I think. So I'm doing that right now. I'm not deleting that old stuff, but you know, I'm rebuilding. And I think if you take that as a challenge, you will enjoy your time better than having to go back and delete a bunch of old shit. I appreciate the advice. I think that's what I'll do. I just learned so much since my build. Yeah. I mean, I restarted 5 times. So yeah, just build again. There's no lack of resource. There's no lack of time. There's no costs. You know, Ada might get mad at you for delaying, but you know, you can get over that. Yeah, do some exploring, man. Check out this area. This area is really pretty. I know people that build out here. This is the Spire Coast. This area is super pretty. I built a factory like right in this gulch once. The northern forest is really fun and pretty. This can be hard on your system though. There's a lot of foliage. Lots of open spaces here that you could build, and it kind of moves right into this lake. And then this is fun and very pretty, but very dangerous. The highest level baddies are here. The only place that's as bad to build here is the swamp out there, and I would not recommend building into the swamp. Titan Forest in here is also interesting, but yeah, you're already here, and like you said, you have some Gold Coast stuff there. I would check out these 3 areas: Spire Coast, Northern Forest, and Crater Lakes. That's what I would do. Okay, I'm gonna I have a little bit death of a dream here. we're gonna have to go asymmetrical. Yeah, no problem. Well, thanks for coming in and asking, and thanks for joining the stream. Bum, bum. All right, let's move you one more. Meters. 3 meters. Right now, I don't think we need to do this thing that I was thinking. All right, let's rebuild this, and then we'll think about that in a second. Oopsie. Mistakes were made. Okay, see what I did there? It was snapping to this position, and I didn't want that, so I built something there to take up the snapping room so that I could lower it into the position that I wanted. That happens a lot, and that's a good trick. Right. Flemballer's here. Welcome, Flemballer. Balled any phlegm lately? Sorry, that was As soon as I said it, I realized that it was more than I bargained for. So we're gonna pretend that didn't happen. Okay. How do we feed this? How do we feed this? Okay, what if do this instead? Which would be much easier to do. Oh, Sammy Viking, I just saw your message. Welcome. Here. How do we make this look not stupid? One, two. One, two. Hey, you guys see what I did there? I made two shorties. I'm not gonna do this. This could work. This could work. I want to do something else. Something more simple, more elegant. Gonna go back to the sushi. Solution. Ooh, I think I want some sushi for my birthday. Should I go out Friday night? Go to my favorite sushi place. My birthday is Sunday. I'm thinking about it. Talking about sushi belts, getting hungry. The answer is always yes. Yeah. I live in California. We have very, very good sushi. Even in not even the biggest cities. Sushi belt. Yeah, birthday, don't hold back. Yeah, I am though. I've been mentally preparing myself. I've got to fix some weight issues, and it's a constant battle, right? My whole life, well, basically since high school, I've been, you know, some days I win, some days I lose. Actually, it's very streaky. Some months I win and some months I lose. Very streaky. Maybe here? We almost have the same birthday? Yeah, mine is Star Wars Day, which is cool. How do I get around this? We could do that. One of the things that I'm looking forward to, here's the 5th, Cinco de Mayo, nice. Your Revenge of the 5th. I'm May the 4th be with you, and your Revenge of the 5th. So when I get my face cam, you guys, I'm gonna leverage this channel to help keep me motivated to slowly lose this weight that I've been fighting on and off. All right, you'll be like, you know, Ken, you been working out? Gotta get rid of that face chub. What are we gonna do, you guys? What are we gonna do? How are we gonna solve this? Make a shorty. That's not where I wanted that. Dang it. It's right up against the edge. Oh, no. Now I made a joke. Oh, that'll work. I made a reference to and sang a piece of there we go. That's what I wanted. Of a song. Now I have it stuck in my head. Not a very not like the best song either. How's this look? It almost looks good. What can we do? This guy. All right, Mikey. Thanks for being here, and have a good day. I can live with this. I can absolutely live with this. Okay, belt's in there. I think we got this, guys. That is the last major issue. We have to knock out. It's here, maybe. The motor return. I think that'll be relatively minor. Thank you for the follow, Abba Jacobs on Twitch. Okay. You're supposed to everything you build done in blueprints. If I can build it in a blueprint, I will. You know, some examples, right? This, just this chunks of foundations. These roads. These are all blueprints. This guy right here. So I can build this and it makes that, includes that design. The sides of this this building here. And then even these edges that cover those the gaps. This side over here. As much as I can, I build in blueprints because it's just a time leverager, right? And then a lot of times I think to myself, oh, well, you know, I'll just build this thing real quick and you know, I won't need to make it a blueprint because, you know, I just have to build one of them. But then what happens when you need to move it? You know, it allows you to move it and it allows you to test. This is a blueprint right here. This is a massive blueprint. This is my truck station. Why? Because I'm gonna need some truck stations in the northern part of the city. So I figured, okay, well, I'll just make it in a blueprint. I'll make it once. I'll spam it out 4 times here, and then I'll have it when I need to make it over there. And it also, I made these are blueprints. I was like, I don't want to make a bunch of these. I had to make 4 of them. Just make it once, spam it out. And then I had to make some adjustments to this. Well, it's really easy. I just delete it and move it. No big deal. Wherever I can, I make blueprints because, you know, in the long run, it'll save me. I mean, I have a blueprint right now that I'm going to be using shortly, but look at it. All it is, it's a one single solitary connection. I have it exactly at the right placement, so I can hide it and place it where I want to inside this platform right here, or this catwalk. And then I make the catwalk into a blueprint, because then I can take the entire catwalk and I can move it inside another blueprint. So I have a blueprint inside of this blueprint, and then that blueprint inside of that blueprint. So it lets me adjust. Now I can delete this. See, this catwalk's a blueprint. I can delete this entire catwalk. And let's say I have to move these out one, and then, oh my gosh, these are, now if I move this out, now it clips, and I'm like, oh crap, now I got to move this out, you know, 1 meter. Well, look at all the separate parts. Look at all the different parts that are this catwalk. I'd have to rebuild it all by hand. But if I make it a blueprint, and then it's the same, then my whole system starts to look the same, or at least within the same factory, right? I come up with a design, and that's kind of the design for that factory. And that's why my tab here, my blueprints, these are my buildings. And I have a different tab for every building. That's the shard. This is United Tower. This is what we're working on. And then I'll make a new tab when we get to work on the computer factory. And it'll look different. It'll have, you know, the colors will be in different ways. The lights will be different settings. You know, some things will be the same because I like certain things. You know, I like these orange lights in here, right? As you can see, they're, you know, I'm using them over there. Right, so there'll be similarities, but I can like, I probably won't do this. Maybe I will. I don't know. We'll see. But I'm not locked into I'm not locked into it, at least. All right, so we're gonna go. Stator, and then we're gonna go. Just do stator and rotor. Make it easy. Okay, and so now I need 2 of these to be rotors and 2 to be stators on each side. Rotor. Now this should be stator, and then you should be stator, and your rotor. That's all in. All All right, we have two things left to do. We have the inputs for the constructor, and then we have the outputs for the motors. Wire goes there. Motor is gonna go here. All right, now we just need a good way. Yeah, I'm gonna do power connections next. Gotta get those iron ingots in. Feed these. All right, I know how to do it. It's a little painful, but I know how to do it. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. Hey, 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 hey. Okay. right, it's in our light a little bit. Not ideal. So I was doing this. Is that where it was before? All right. Need the space. Because this needs to go like this. Iron ingots and wire. Iron ingots and wire go in here. Motors come out here. This is an awesome blueprint. Dang it, I need that to be a merger. Lame. That was a control replace. So we'll see if that is gonna work. And we're gonna test this stuff and make sure. No, I've really screwed up here. There we go. Half nudge. Nudge. Come on. That might be it. That might be it. Okay, we're gonna do a quick logistics test before we spend a bunch of time doing electrical hookups that look really nice. Because if there's anything fundamentally wrong, I want to know now so I can change it before I take a bunch of time being fiddly with electrical. All right, let's set all the blueprints. These all down here should be set. We should have 2 rotors, 2 stators. Our recipes are set. It's not ideal. All right, now matches. All right, let's test it. Our test area is over here. $211 viewers on YouTube and 33 on Twitch. Welcome, everybody. All right, is everybody got power to them? Yes. All right, what we need to do is I need to go steal some iron ingots. Wish I had some more here. Oh, here we go. I think it's just because I unmanifolded it. Okay, good. There's not a fundamental error. Just checking. Okay, time. It's testing time. And then, oh wow, I took one from the team there. Okay, what are we gonna stick in this hole? All right, so iron ingots and wire go in, and out should come motors. We ready? Uh-oh, we've got an error. Okay, let's go fix it right now. This is why we're here, Meg. Yeah, buddy. Is it just me, or do you sound like a young Rick Sanchez? Like, Rick and Morty? Morty, we gotta go. Get in the ship, Morty. I need you to stick these seeds way up your butt. Oh, geez, Rick. Yeah, this is working. It's working beautifully. Morty, you gotta connect all the wires, Morty. Ugh. Okay. Test successful. We had one issue, but pretty minor, just this one right here. And I just want to make sure now that we saved it, we fixed it. And we don't have to test everything, we just have to test, crap. Oh, I know what we'll do. Power. All right, that worked. Don't let him think he can do voice acting. We'll lose him to Hollywood. Yeah, no. The real reason not to let me think that I can do voice acting is so that I don't do voice acting on the channel. That's the reason. Okay. Electrical. All we have to do. All right, so let's get this out of here. I hide my electrical wires, and it's a little fiddly. But if you are like me and you hate ugly electrical wires, then watch for a little bit, and maybe you can pick up some tricks. And Ray, I see that you're finally installing Ashes of Creation. Nice, nice. Yeah, so real quick, tons of new people here tonight. When I finish my Satisfactory playthrough, hopefully in the next few months, I will be switching games and genres. And I'm going to be playing a new MMO, and it is called Ashes of Creation, and it is an alpha. And there are plenty of people already part of the channel, longtime channel viewers that are joining. And we're going to have a guild. We're going to have a channel guild. Anybody who wants to play with me in the guild will be welcome. A Pizu Kala Booster, Cola Booster. Welcome, and thank you, first time chatter. Should I do that in Rick's voice? Shut up! Listen, Morty, listen and learn. This is how you do electronics. This is how we're gonna hide the wires, Morty. All right, so I have some of them already kind of in here, but we're gonna be moving some of these. So this one's good. Ah. And this one's good. I think this one side is gonna be great. But we can do better. We can do better. So we're gonna get rid of, they're off by a little bit. So we're gonna reline up all of these. I'll show you what I've done. And essentially what I've done here is, and yeah, Ray is gonna be one of them. I've made a blueprint that has a floating power node. Yeah, you're gonna get a jump on me? Yeah, that's okay. We've got a guild. I will have a guild waiting for me and ready, so we can hit the ground running when I wrap up, you know, this this current project. So see what I've done here? I've created a way for us to quickly build here, and I'm doing a half nudge and a half nudge that way. Actually, half nudge this way. Oopsie, yeah, that one goes there. Okay, yeah, that's right. That could be my thing. I could explain Satisfactory as if I was Rick. That'd probably get pretty old pretty quick. The hell, Morty? Know what I could? No, you know what I could really do? I could do the you know how it's made in the one episode, the Flumbus or whatever it's called. Let's see what. Rick and Morty, how it's made. Flumbus, yeah. Everyone has a plumbus in their home. First, they take the dinglebop and they smooth it out with a bunch of schleem. The schleem is then repurposed for later batches. They take the dinglebop and they push it through the grumbo, where the fleeb is rubbed against it. It's important that the fleebo is rubbed, because the fleeb has all the fleeb juice. Then Schlimey shows up and he rubs it and spits on it. They cut the fleeb. There's several hazards in the way. The blamps rub against the chumbles, and the plubus and the grumbo are shaved away. That leaves you with a regular old plumbus. I've always wondered how plumbuses got made. All right, that's enough of that. It's getting late. This is how, indeed, you make a plumbus. All right, so now these are off. This side are all slightly off, so I'm going to delete this side as well, and we'll rebuild this side. We'll go a little bit to the right because they don't quite line up. Okay. Then oftentimes too, I'll build all these on 1 meter foundations, and to be honest with you, I just forgot this time. So these are built directly on the ground, right? I just straight up forgot. So I'll hide these. Usually I'll hide them in the 1 meter that is part of the blueprint. And I'll do stuff like this. And I just, you know, I mean, I could, right? But then I'd have to redo all the other ones, and I don't want to do that. I could basically just build this on top of a layer of 1 meter foundations, and then we could hide it all under there. So and I'll probably do that in future ones. Okay, now we have to connect. I think we'll go, oh, right here, we're already doing it. I think we can do better. Like, as long as everything goes straight down, I usually don't have too much of a problem with it, although I don't really like the clipping through that. So can we do it here instead? That's not bad. Not too shabby. All right, so here's what we've got. We've got all of this in, connected with all of that into this point and up into this point. Quick and easy to raise a blueprint if you want to put on a foundation. You just, yeah, no, I understand that. That's what I said. I don't want to do that because then I have to do it for the other two blueprints that are already set in there. So it's not quick and easy in that sense, where I have to fix a bunch of other instances. Otherwise the blueprints won't match and nothing is going to piss me off more. I've already considered that. I considered doing that a while ago tonight. I just I don't want to, because then my stuff won't match. I'm already irritated that that looks the way it does. Try it this direction. Okay, that's better. Oh, wrong height. Let's put it here. Yeah, you're 100% right. If this was a one-time blueprint, or if this was the first one and I was realizing that I was making this mistake, you know, in the first blueprint, that is 100% without a doubt the best solution. Okay, we're really in the trenches here. Can I get rid of this? And there's no way that, yeah, no. Get rid of this. Don't need that. That's left over from the other one. And half nudge. But basically exactly what I'm doing to this top floor, I would be doing to the bottom floor. Ooh, ouchie, gross. No, ew, ew, ew. Stop it. This is gonna hang down, isn't it? Or hang across. Ooh, we can't see it. Nice. Very nice. All right, now we just have to do these four. So how are we gonna do this? Not on that side. Come on. We're losing our touch here. There. Cat construction. By the way, I found another use of the priority merger because it allows you to build a data belt copier. That is a simple logistics system that allows you to build very big and very complex systems. So far, I managed to build a select and request system where you can select one of 4 items and then request a precise amount of that item from the storage, but it is possible to build a nuclear power plant that returns reactors on and off automatically depending on the demand. I also named such logistics big logistics because they take up a lot of space. The select and request system for 4 items took 2 floors with an area of 4 by 8 each. Wow, cat construction, that sounds like something that I would very much like to work on at some point. That sounds super fun. Can't be there. Yeah, my only issue, of course, is that I am currently not playing 1.1. But, you know, when the time comes, I will be able to start wrapping my mind around the beautiful and loverly priority merger, which I am very much and have been very much looking forward to. But that's super interesting. I like hearing about that a lot. Oh, we have to interconnect these. And it's good to know somebody is doing that kind of stuff. And I'm not jealous at all that I didn't think of that first. Not at all. Not even a little bit. Totally not. I would never be jealous. One last one that needs to be hooked in. That should be it. Thanks for dropping by though, and let me know. I'm looking forward to it. And if you want to drop off some of that information in the in my Discord, I'm sure there are a lot of people in my Discord that would be interested in taking a look. Okay, that goes there. There. Levi, I'm gonna go. Have a good rest of your stream. Okay, yeah, definitely. Doru, damn bro, I skipped to the beginning of the stream to see the shell and it looks amazing. Your world looks awesome, makes me want to play the game again. I dropped it too quickly because of new titles. Well, you know, there's always room for more. Kizu Kala Booster, I haven't even installed 1.1 yet. Was too busy building a container ship on the west coast. Well, that's an interesting job. Where are you on the west coast? I'm in Northern California. I might be done. Thank you, Doru, for a compliment. Made 2 YouTube videos about it so far, but they aren't very good. My first one contains useful information, but it's very quick and dirty, and the second one isn't as bad, but barely has any useful information. Hey, Horsey Mart, I'm doing well. Yeah, you know, that's tough, Cat. I ran into that myself. You could have come up, you could have made the coolest thing ever, you know, but if your YouTube video isn't constructed well, then nobody cares. You know? All right. Does everybody have power? Did I miss anything? Did I miss anybody? The top 6 are good. The bottom 8 are good. Guys, I think we have a finished blueprint. I figured that's what you meant, but I decided I was gonna play it up at Pizu. Yeah, you building a container ship in Satisfactory. Live in Finland. Nice. Past on event was fun. I hope you're doing the next one. Yeah, I thought about it, and I appreciate the invite. I had quite a few people that were like, "Ken, you need to do it," but I have so much going on. You know, I've launched a bunch of new stuff for my channel, which is causing my channel to explode, relatively speaking. And so I have so much going on, and it's just bad timing, you know. But yeah, maybe next time, perhaps. But I've gained over 1,000 subscribers in a week. That's 10% of my total subscribers. I've more than doubled my total views on my channel in the last week. I've tripled my estimated revenue. It's been a crazy week. You need to? Yeah, I appreciate the invitations for sure. And I heavily considered it. Okay. Let's go get these placed. How's my time? 4 hours? 6 hours is my hard line. We're at 4 hours and 15 minutes. 6 hours is my hard line. I'd love to go to bed a little earlier tonight. I was a little bit tired today in my day job. Okay, here's our first floor. These are all of our ingots. Here's the second floor. Here's our heavy modular frames. And finally, we have 3 floors of the motor blueprint that we just built. Let's go ahead and put all these where they need to go. You get deleted. You're old. All right. Motors. Motors, baby. How's the build going? It's going well. I should be finishing this factory by my Saturday night stream. So 2 more streams, right? Because I take Thursday night off. Tonight's Wednesday night. Sad day. We make it work. We could bring everybody in 2 meters and then it'll work. Can we? Should we? Maybe. Yes. I think if we bring everybody in 2 meters, it'll work. Where were we? We were here. Center. No, not really. Okay, there we go. Now we're center. We were there. Now we're gonna go boom, boom. 2 in from the second Foundation. One, two. Let's see if this works. Sometimes I amaze even myself, and let me tell you, I am pretty hard to amaze. Oh, I'm off one. All right, let's just go ahead and throw these lights in. Oh, that's cool. You write the things to say on signs. That's a, I did that once. I have a video where I did that. It's actually very old on my channel. It was the one where I announced my memberships. Trying to find it. Yeah, it's 4 minutes.
Odin Valhalla Rising. Now available.
I want to show it to you guys. Are you gonna play? You're not gonna play? You have stage fright? All right, we're gonna try one more time and then we're gonna let it go. There it goes. Okay, let's see. Let's see how bad it is. Oh, hold on. I have to turn it on so you guys can hear it.
Hi, my name is Ken, and I have an announcement to make. Thanks to the amazing support of all of you, I have been able to unlock some YouTube monetization options, including super thanks on my videos, super chats during live streams, and the subject of today's announcement, channel memberships. Yes,
so dark.
YouTube channel memberships are now live on construction. To me, what is most important is to provide you all with value and content while also trying to respect your time. At the same time, like most YouTubers, I would love to turn what is now a very time-consuming yet fun hobby into a full-time job and be able to provide to you even more value and content. I think YouTube channel memberships is one way for me to accomplish those goals. Before I outline how the memberships are structured, I've actually got a bonus announcement to make. I've also launched a Discord for this channel that is open to everyone.
This is still good. I've got a same Discord link,
including non-members. The link is in the description. So, how will my channel membership be structured? For now, I'm going to start off with 3 tiers of memberships, starting with Iron. Iron will be $5 a month and include the following perks: access to custom badges and emojis on YouTube, early access to new videos, recognition on my channel page and video descriptions, members-only YouTube posts and polls, access to an Iron members channel on Discord, which includes access to the current playthrough save file and all blueprints.
So I actually changed this after this. All my blueprints are free for everybody, but the current save file is only for my members. The old save file, the Star Wars save, this actual save file right here that we're looking at, that is for everybody. I sound younger. Well, it's definitely a different microphone, and I've learned a lot more about how to manage my my voice and stuff. But I mean, I was younger. This was 2 years ago.
Plus voice and text channels. The next membership level is Steel, which will be $10 a month. Steel will have access to everything in Iron, as well as access to a Steel members channel on Discord, which includes access to all my planning materials for my mega factories and everything for my main playthrough. The Steel members area will also include both voice and text channels, which...
By the way, I'm standing on a belt. The Discord link doesn't work for you? It should. Here, try this. Is that the same? BZFWSNSUGZ. Yeah, it's the same. By the way, yeah, I'm standing on a belt.
Next steps of construction and ask for input from Steel members. I would love to use these channels for community collaboration to build a truly amazing and unique world for this playthrough.
Oh, did I type it in wrong? Oh my god. It's wrong. It's wrong in the video. Oh my god. How many views do I have on this thing? This has under 1,000 views, luckily. But that is hilarious. Did we comment on it? Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Oh my god, I just noticed the Discord URL and the sign in the video is wrong. It's a 8, not a B. Here's the correct link. Okay. Nice. It continues. It's pretty cool. It shows off my my factory. My yeah, Discord badges, my membership tiers, what they'll be look like this, but gold. Yeah, I didn't have a gold cup. This was really difficult because I was standing on a belt the whole time, so I just stood on it and let it drive me around. But anyway, sorry. Old video. Let me turn that back off, and then let's turn this back on. We'll get back to it. I'm actually really proud of that video. But got very few views. But that's okay. It's like really dark and stuff. I've learned a lot. I've learned a whole lot. Yeah, of course, you're welcome, codename Valera. Yeah, no sweat. Maybe I'll check them out. And I'll probably just, you know what I'll probably do, Kat? I'll probably go ahead and just take your idea and claim it as my own. All right, so I'll watch your video, and then I'll just tell everybody, hey, look what I came up with, and then I'll take that and I'll make some big blueprints and I'll leverage them on my channel, and you'll get no credit. That's what Satisfactory, successful Satisfactory YouTubers do, right? That's how you get ahead. That's how this works, right? The joke there is that somebody basically did that to me. Luckily, I had my videos out first, and so it was really easy to, but I was really small. I'm still a very small creator, but I'm bigger than I was. And I made something very unique, but somebody else made their version and didn't give me any credit, which is fine. It's not that big of a deal, but that was the joke I was making. Codename Valera, absolutely. I've had the game for a month, so taking notes because I'm still building production lines linearly one level, so this is pretty banging. Yeah, and don't forget that some of the stuff that I'm doing, like this light stuff that I'm doing right now, right? This is basically me just flexing, right? None of this is necessary for the completion of the game. You know, so don't think like, oh my gosh, I have to do all this stuff that he's doing. Absolutely not. Now, I would, of course, encourage you, as you have pointed out yourself, to try to build, you know, in vertically. And I agree. I 100% agree with that. But, you know, don't let the work that I'm doing in cosmetics deter you from whatever you're doing in your own save. And I'm not just saying that to you, Codename Valera. I'm saying that to anybody listening to me now, because I get that a lot. I get a lot of like, oh my gosh, I thought I was good at this game, and then I saw you. Like, and I don't want people to, oh crap. Oh crap. They're backwards. You know, I don't want people to, luckily they're blueprints. This is why I blueprint everything. I don't know if you're still here, Cold Bark or whatever. But, I built it backwards. No, NBD. Script edit for lighting in one video. Yeah. Well, and like I said, I'm better at DaVinci Resolve too. Not small, big celebrity. No. I'm more here for the big build, not the pretty aesthetics of the build, like the lighting, colors, and the lighting. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, you know, the nice thing is, it doesn't matter how big your build is. This is a pretty self-contained blueprint for motors. Right? And if you just have a bigger build, then you just build more of these. That's the nice thing about modular, you know, blueprint design. The key is learning how to build the blueprint, and then you can apply that to as big a build as you are building. You know? So hopefully, I did a lot of blueprint designing last stream and this stream, and so, you know, hopefully there is some information there for you. To help you with your own blueprints. That's really the important thing. Is I do share my blueprints with anybody, but I also at the same time encourage people to make their own. You know, go ahead and download mine for reference. You know, of course, but really just make your own. Because you'll understand the game better. It'll be more customized to fit your needs. And then, you know, it's kind of the, you know, build a man of fire, he'll be warm for the night. Set a man on fire, he'll be warm the rest of his life. You know, so I mean, I try to teach you how to set yourself on fire. That will probably be a YouTube short. What timestamp are we at? 4.5 hours. I will make that into a YouTube short. That's the school. That's the stuff school fails to teach you. I know. Fire emojis. Our education system is failing us. Well, that's okay. I'm here to fill the gaps. All right, so there are some additional things that need to be built, some little guys, some here and there kind of things, and I plan on doing those in these corners. But there will be some wasted space. This factory is bigger than we needed it to be, but better that than the alternative. Know what I'm saying? No way this is backwards. Assigned and everything. Building and selecting the request system is basically just a giant, complicated, unnecessary waste of space. It gives you a fancy, inefficient way of getting items. Hey, do you want to see mine? Kat, have you seen mine? My version of that, but it has to do more with dimensional depots. I'm happy taking a small detour here and showing you how that works. It doesn't use a priority merger. It uses it doesn't really use logic. It's just a remote switch and some useful. I can basically turn on a belt remotely and then trying to solve a problem that we have with dimensional depots. But it is a selected request system. Really what it is it brings more dimensional depots online when the upload speed for dimensional depots is not enough. Which happens to me, right? Sometimes I get building stuff so fast that I need more than 240 per minute, which is the upload speed of one dimensional depot. And oh, well, Ken, why don't you just like take and connect your concrete to 3 or 4 dimensional depots? And I would say, yes, that is correct. But what if you're done with the concrete and you need extra motors being sent because you're making something else, right? So that's basically what I've done is I've set up a system that makes it so that you can bring on any number of, well, up to 20 dimensional depots with 20 separate items to be able to take advantage of the fact that we have way more Mercer spheres available to us than we need, but do it in a dynamic way from anywhere on the map. Now, it doesn't do it automatically, right? And there's a couple of little downsides to it, but I think it's pretty cool. I'm happy to share that if anybody is interested. Maybe after I finish building this stuff off. See, look. Right here, perfect. Cable. Actually, let's use it right now. Let's use it right now. Funny I should mention this. So priority power switch, because we actually have cable installed into the system. We only have these, but cable is one of them. Oh, copper sheets were already turned on. That sucks. All right, cable booster. Let's clear the system. Pull the copper sheets out. Look how fast the copper sheets are filling. You see how fast that shit's going up? Okay, but I kind of I didn't know that they were still turned on. I got to clear the system, and then we're gonna start getting a shit ton more cable. Yeah, no, I'm not saying mine's better or worse. I'm saying that I have something similar. That's all. Yeah, see all this copper sheets that are just getting super dumped in here? So now, although I'm almost done, to be fair. But yeah, no, yours sounds interesting. I'm not saying it doesn't. I'm just saying I've got something as well. And then here. So yeah, the copper sheets, it's not meant to be left on. There was a mistake that the copper sheets were turned on. So the system's bogged down with the copper sheets. There we go. See, now the cable's speeding up. And there, now they're going the same speed. And the copper sheets are going to slow down as the copper sheets get filtered out of the system. And so what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to turn off the copper sheets the cable, because I don't want the same problem to happen. But this is all doing something somewhere else. You have to go to it to use it. Yeah. The nice thing about mine is that, it uses the dimensional depots. But yeah, yours sounds really interesting. And I bet you there's a way to maybe combine that idea with what I got going and get something, really cool. Because that is actually one of the problems, is not being able to specify how many goes into the system. So if I could say like, hey, send me 2,000 extra copper or 2,000 extra cable into my system, then I don't have to worry about it overflowing. But what I have is seriously a first draft, So usually it takes me several versions to kind of work bugs out, which, is pretty common. Besides, like I said, I'm not going to be doing any 1.1 in experimental. I'm going to wait till it gets released. But, oh, dang it, I hit the wrong button. But I am glad that there are people out there pushing the limits of what Satisfactory can do. It's one of my favorite things to do in this game. Now, what I could have and probably should have done is make a quick blueprint that does what I'm doing right here, because I've had to do it 12 times basically. But alas. Motors in the heavy modular frame factory. Ah, no, we only have a certain number of skyscrapers in the city, and we needed to combine these because it works so well, you know, making the steel all in one place. And since motors need well, at least the way that I'm making motors needs a shit ton of steel, it is very, very nice, very, very efficient. All right, last one here. Well, okay, maybe allowed. Well, thank you. I was worried I wasn't going to get your permission, but now that worry is gone. All right, is that 2 floors of this down? Yep. 1 more floor. Oh, wait, no, that's the top floor. Yeah, okay, I just got to do this. We're not going to turn this on tonight. We probably won't really fully turn this on until Saturday night. Tomorrow night, what we'll do is we'll set up, not tomorrow night, Friday night or Saturday morning, depending on where you live in the world. I will be doing belt hookups, and we'll run the resources out here. Kind of a deal. That'll be Friday and Saturday night. Yes, yeah, I heard that. Yeah, I think I've got a pretty good handle on all of the things coming in 1.1. I'm not gonna do it because I need my Sky UI mod. But yeah, when you copy and paste a building or assign, it includes all customization. And with all the signs that I built in my Tyrell pyramid, it would have really saved me a lot of time. I almost pulled the trigger on it then, but again, it would really hurt me in terms of my mods that I use to get thumbnails for my channel. And it's one of my favorite things to do. And what I would end up doing is waiting for darkness to happen. I would spend a lot of extra time, and I would get subpar thumbnails, and it's just not worth the hassle to me because, you know, I'm fine without 1.1 until it gets off of experimental. Like, there's nothing in there that I'm dying to have. You know, I'm trying to finish this city, this playthrough, and there isn't anything in there that will be as so much of a game changer that it's worth throwing off my workflow that much. But I am really looking forward to it, and there's a lot of good things that it has that I want, but nothing that I really need. Fabius, hey, Ken in chat, how's everything going? Everything's going great. We are the last of the major machines are in on our new factory. Now I do have, let's take a look. So let's check off what we are working with here. Here, let's keep that. All right, so we have decided the first floor is foundries. That's all of these. Those are done, except for the 1 or 2 that make this. Okay, but that is essentially done. Same thing here. This is done, except for the 2 that make this. Okay. Heavy modular frames is done. Most of these are done. Most of those are done. Most of those are done. All of those are done. Most of those are done, and that's it. So what do we still have left to do? We have to do these 2 foundries and plus the foundries down here that are required for this. All right. And then same thing here. No, that's done. We need to do 30 stators per minute. And this and that. Well, I mean, that is that, but yeah, you know what I mean. Let's simplify this. We got to do this one and this one. And we got to do this one, that one, and that one. But these are all little. These are all very, very little. Okay, and all these little ones that we have yet to do, I'll pack them in these corners. Right, they'll just be little setups, and we'll pack them in as is. But all the big stuff is done. I think one of the lights on one of the corner walkways was off. Like off or like misplaced. As long as it's not poking out the sides, fine with it. Oh my god, that one's poking out the side. And that's part of the blueprint, isn't it? Oh my god. Oh my god. Well, I'm not gonna change all those. Sad day. Mistaken the blueprint. And I just finished building them. It's not something that anybody can really see unless you know it's there. I'm not gonna worry about it. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to put the little signs in. Let's do that real quick. Knew I was forgetting something. Bum 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 bum. But yeah, it'd be really nice to, you know, just pop this one in. I wouldn't have to go through and paste. But it's not worth the trouble to get it until it comes out. You know, I'm not stressing about it. I gotta delete those little stands anyway. Like, that's not that big of a deal to do for me. Now, in the Tyrell Corporation pyramid, I built hundreds of signs, thousands of signs, really. And I decided then not to switch over, so. All right, come on, autosave. And I think I gotta do those stupid little signs up here too. Yes, yeesh. Yeesh. I'm thinking another thing that we can handle tonight is probably running all of the final electricity. I think we can do that. I think we can go inside of our walls, run it up, and get all of our blueprints connected with power. Yes, there is a way to see how many signs I've used. In fact, you guys, especially if you're a member, you guys can do that right now, or at least with the most recent save that I've made available to channel members. But you load it into the SCIM save editor, and it will tell you like all the signs, all of the catwalks, all of the walls, all the foundations, all of that. I had hundreds of thousands of signs in my Star Wars save. I may end up getting more than that here because the game is more efficient. I would have built a lot more, except I was bogging down the game so much. Okay. Nice. All that's done. What was I gonna do? I mean, electricity, but I was going to do something else first. Yeah, maybe. The only thing that I would say is that we had our... railway blueprints in the first Star Wars save, right? All right, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'm gonna be back in 90 seconds. I've got this killer view for you. You can watch the truck go in and out. I will be right back, and I will go ahead and pop an ad for both YouTube and Twitch Live. I'll be right back. Okay, and we're back. Okay. Hey, Mr. Truck. You know what I should have done is stood on the truck for you guys. That would have been fun. Okay, how are we doing? So we have our electrical box, our electrical room here. So heavy modular frames, and then motors and steel. Yes, so the PO boxes are really expensive. Like they're stupid expensive. It's like I don't. Yeah, but my wife does have a business address for her artwork, and so we're trying to figure out if people can send packages to that business address. And then we just go pick them up because the PO box is ridiculous. It's like 15, 20 bucks a month. I don't want to do that. At least not at this stage. All right. But we're still looking into it. Okay, so we're gonna run heavy modular frames up. We are going to connect I'm just wondering if we just pull this out. I don't really see the need in bifurcating our machines. You don't want birthday prezzies? I do. I'm trying to figure out a stable solution. I will see if we got anywhere on the business address. Maybe I'll get a PO box 2 months a year, in May and in December. But thank you for reminding me. I'll push that again tomorrow. Yeah, I don't think we need both of these. So this is gone. And this is going to be... factory. Simplify. Right now we're inside the walls. I'll clean up this stuff too, but it's gonna look something like this. Ooh, I need to switch this back. Okay, there we go. Okay, let's connect some power. Okay, we are in. Plus, I'm not sure how big to get one. You know what I mean? You have a suggestion on how big of one I should get? Ray? And then we can clean up the old power as well. Oh. Come on. And I know you wanna. Fonta, don't you want? Come on. Yeah, there's a problem either way. No, it's true, but I mean, like, package-wise, it doesn't have to be super big. Most places will hold hard patch separately, especially if they're normal to get bigger ones. Oh, I see. Sorry, I missed that first part. Bros, this is really overcooking my grits. I don't know why sometimes it upgrades and sometimes it won't. Trying different buttons like shift and... A little bigger than the average mailbox? Okay. Is that what we're gonna have to do? It's being silly. Silly, silly. Last one. All right, that was overly painful. Arbitrary hubris. Ooh, that is a good name, and I think that you're gonna fit in well here with a name like that. Very well indeed. All right, so as we go, I'm gonna start deleting this old wire setup. The new wire setup should, because it has power in it, be all that we need for flying. Now, let's take a look. Are we on the next floor yet? Not quite. We can delete that. Are we on the next floor yet? Almost. Right here. Maintenance. All right. I think I'm just gonna try that again. Doesn't really matter, does it? There it is. Yeah, you better not be visible. Not 100% happy with some of this light setup here. If I had to do it over again, I would do it differently. But it's not too terrible. I just recognize that I could have done it better. Not that I'm upset at what I did do. I don't know, does that make sense? So there are multiple servers in Ashes of Creation. Yes. If so, what server am I looking for to when you do get to play finally? You're gonna want the fresh start server. What is that called? Starts with an S. Ashes of Creation fresh start server name. Shoal. SHOL. It is a Giga server located on the US East region and is expected to go live on May 1st. Well, it's May 1st. So SHOL is what you're looking for. And you'll be starting, well, you'll be starting fresh. Yep. All right, this should be the last connection. All these will be done. All right. This floor has been energized. Here's our door out of here, and let's continue the work. Almost. It's to buy one again. Nice. Okay. Bum, 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 bum. Yep, everything's got power. You start belt hookups tomorrow. I mean, Friday night. And then we got to run everything from the Tyrell pyramid. You know, the new raw resources that we need here. The next flow. Then I overshot it. $315 viewers on YouTube. Welcome, everybody. It's not what I wanted at all. And 35 on the Twitch. Autosave, you're killing me. We let my daughter pick out some new toys at the store today. She picked a dinosaur playset and a sea critters playset. She's been obsessing over them all day. Nice. I love my blueprints. one connection connects what, 14 machines? Yeah, so my wife, her back's been really bothering her for years, and she used to go to the chiropractor. We used to have a chiropractor in where we used to live, but since we moved, we haven't really had time to find one that could help her. And so finally, after me like telling her to get it done, like she's finally like, okay. So she picked somebody out. He's really good. He, you know, the whole thing. And he is fixing her back. She got into a really bad car accident when she was in college. Plus, you know, 5 kids, and she works her butt off. Anyway, she got x-rays and her back is basically looks like a question mark. And so she's been going, and he's been, you know, putting stuff back together. And sometimes she has to take the kids, the 6-year-old and the 3-year-old. Well, she and they have made such an impression that this guy brought basically a old school like wooden block set that he said his grandkids don't play with anymore, and he wanted to, you know, give them a good home and stuff. And so, yeah, my kids came home. Where's the damn door? My kids came home today with a huge set of like old school wooden blocks. All right, next floor, last. We have 1 floor to go. Well, and then we have the top floor, I guess. Here? Oh, yeah. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, though, you know, it's very cool. My, and my 6-year-old and 3-year-old are in a constant state of relearning how to share. So anything that we get that can, you know, help them practice, as it were, is always good. Are we not connected here? What happened? What happened? We didn't connect, I guess. Oh my lordy. Are we good here? I'll do something with these back catwalks eventually, but I don't know what yet, so I don't want to build them and then move them or whatever. All right. Now we need to feed the roof. The roof. The roof. The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the burn, burn, burn. No, I don't want that. We gotta get way up in their business. All right, now we can clean up all of the initial wires that we put everywhere so that we could fly around and we could build. Now that has been replaced with the final pieces that we're going to use. Now, a lot of what I built for that purpose is hidden, so we don't have to worry too much about it, but not all of it is hidden. And so we can delete what we don't want to see. Starting with all these nodes down the middle. We can get rid of these. You got it all downloaded, but the realms are not up yet. Sad day. All right, any other ugly wires? Kubicula, this design is crazy. How? You know, a little bit at a time. Ray, gonna get some sleep, gonna be up late tonight. Laters yourself, Ray. Yeah, so that's looking good, and all of our power is in for our factory. All right, let's do a quick check. No red. I was gonna say no red lights, and then I immediately found one. We are looking for all red lights to fix. Yep. Looking good. All right, next floor. Make sure I didn't miss anything like that. Yellow all the way around. And again, we have some infill of various small factory pieces that will go here and there and everywhere, but this is the meat. The meat and potatoes is in and ready to be fed, and we're going to use these logistics floors to do it. But I'm glad you are enjoying the design, Kubicula. Yeah, I mean, my time basically over. So this is last chance for questions, and we're gonna drive around and enjoy a little drive, an end of stream drive. And if anybody wants to see something in more detail, or they want to ask me any questions or whatever, just ask, and we'll hang out for a few minutes, talk some shit, and then we'll say goodnight. Vroom vroom. Nathaniel Blair of KEW. Welcome, welcome. We're inside the green twisty building. That's a good shot right there. Bum 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 bum. My gas station. Inside this factory. I never get tired of driving through my factory. I mean my city. I thank you for the follow. Ichbikinal. There's no way I can say that correctly. We got our on-ramp here onto our freeway. There's Nakatomi Plaza. Doing a great job, man. Thanks. Lots to go still. Kind of kinsane. Yeah, lost in translation. Out of control, you might say, even. All right. Looking very nice. Let's clean up this little area that we were working in. So I need some ideas, guys. Feel free to put them in chat or as out of control kinsanity. I know, you know, in chat or as a comment on this live stream or VOD. I need some ideas for some smaller buildings. You know, I've got my gas station in there. We're gonna have a big building there and a big building there, but I've got this open space right here. And I want to put something, and I'll have a matching open space over there. But I don't want to build a building just to build a building. I want it to have a function. And so what I am wondering is if we can, you know, is there any ideas on what we could put there? Electrical substation? Maybe. I do have like main power going through. Yeah, maintenance garage. Yeah, but it needs to have a function in the game. Personal warehouse for personal storage boxes. Okay, that's not bad. Okay, because this happens, right? I got over full. Right, so this is just sitting here. That's not a bad idea. Basically, my home. I could build my house. You could do that. I could build my apartment, my personal apartment complex. Have a garage for me, my car that I can park, and a bunch of storage, and maybe even some hypertubes to go throughout the city. I could also do hypertube. Ooh, so that's an idea. We could do some underground hypertube stations. Well, I'm thinking more, instead of like a park and a statue is a good idea, and maybe I offset it and make that one like a park. But I think some shorter buildings will help give this city a little bit more character. You know, because we do have a park over there at Nakatomi Plaza. Alien protein converter. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, we could do maybe that. A butcher shop. That is true. We need that. We built that down there. It could make, yeah, we could put our alien proteins and our slugs in there. And then it turns into, you know, some of them into DNA. We could do some into biofuel, right, for my rocket. Museum for fixed specials. Oh, we need the hub up here. The hub needs to come up here too. That's where the hub needs to be, in my personal apartments. Totally. You have any special settings so glass walls stay transparent at distance? The Nakatomi Tower seems like it should be far away for glass to turn non-transparent in the game. I do. I will show it to you. It's in my my engine file. I actually made a short about this. All right, these right here are the only custom things I've put in to the settings when I load. All right. This is increased max objects, so I don't hit the object limit. Number one. This reduces the light shafts on standard lights, not signs, but everything that is a light in the game. It contains a light shaft. That light shaft causes FPS issues. This helps. It removes the shaft, giggity, and it gives you a little bit of FPS boost if you use those types of lights. Goofy Me, just want to say hi, that your builds are crazy inspiring. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate it. This one's the one you want, totally. My save is the wall, a huge 20 foundations wide wall that goes diagonally over the whole map. All factories modular inside the wall, and the wall is made of glass. Nice. The wall. I've been following that a little bit. This is the one you want because glass walls, windows, are treated like foliage, and so they're in the foliage subcategory in the game. I think like waterfalls are too. And so if you increase the LOD distance on foliage, it increases it on the glass walls. All right, so this number 2 here is the one you need. This one down here increases the load distance for everything else. So like the big one that always bothers me is when you get far enough away from rail lines, they kind of get chonky, you know, and they look gross. This gets rid of that. Now these two do increase, you know, your machine, you know, the machine, you know, increases the work on your machine, right? Because you're not getting any of that reduced computing power by switching over to the LED distance, right? You're customizing it to make sure that the better versions of everything is in place at a farther away distance. Okay, grass, cull distance scale, all this one does is when you're like, especially in the grassy fields, it makes it so that the grass doesn't scale in like a perfect circle around you where you can still see it. It pushes that out. And then this one here is makes Lumen more intense. So if you've noticed that Lumen is not as powerful as it was in update 8, that's because essentially they nerfed Lumen from update 8 to 1.0. And this is how you change it back to what it was like before 1.0. It makes the light like bounce a little bit more, and it's but again, it costs resources. So, you know, if you're kind of on the edge in terms of the rendering of your setup, then you might want to be careful here. And then you can adjust these numbers as well, and play with them, and maybe you like a different setup. So there you go. The one that you asked about though that makes the glass further away is foliage.law distance scale equals 10. That's the one that you're looking for. In some ways, I like the glass being cut off. I wish it was cut off. You know, maybe I can adjust that a little bit better, but it just irritates me when they kind of just, when you walk to it and they slowly switch over. It kind of takes me out, you know? But I really do like the shiny glass on there. I wish we could have one-way glass. Like I wish it was always, I wish we could put glass that was always shiny on one side and then you could always see out of it on the other side. I think that would be sick. But anyway, but yeah, I like that idea. Maybe we got to bring the hub up. Maybe we do a hub here and basically a compartment. We'll build a compartment here. And then I also really like the idea of a alien protein dispenser. We can do one drop box for all alien protein and power slugs, and it gets processed. I really like that idea. And then we can take a truck out and send some stuff up to central storage. Yes, with the new racks. Yeah, that's a good point. We've got those new racks that are coming. Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I'm mostly thinking like when my inventory gets overly full, just kind of like some extra space, you know? In Villa. All right, guys. That's got to be it. Let's take a screenshot for the thumbnail. And we've got probably 2 more streams, and we're going to be done with the heavy modular frames factory. The machines are in place. We just have to run the logistics and do some cleanup. What is the most impressive? I already took a picture of that. Let's go with this one. I like this one a lot. I like it a lot. Let's change our lighting. This is one of the only mods I have. And it's to basically do what I'm doing right now, which is to adjust the lighting for good screenshots, for good thumbnails. And then we toggle the high res by clicking right mouse button. And I'm also very much looking forward to the new photo mode. A little higher. Right? Is there a release date for 1.1? Not that I'm aware of. I think we're guessing sometime. A lot of people are guessing in May, but nothing hard. Guys, 340 concurrent viewers, 40 likes on the stream. If you guys could take a second and hit a like, we're done for the night. I would really appreciate it. It helps YouTube send the VOD out to more people. And then, you know, if you're not subbed and you want to follow me and build the city out, definitely do that. I'm also going to be playing an MMO after this city is done. We're going to be playing a new MMO that's an alpha, and we already have the beginnings of our channel guild. So if you're interested in that, definitely sub and or head to the Discord. There's plenty of information there. I'm still looking for officers. I still have to finish this Satisfactory playthrough, but then we're going to be moving to that. Twitch, we always find somebody to raid. So again, YouTube, really appreciate it. 340 viewers. I am streaming again in not tonight, Friday night PST, which is Saturday morning for most of the rest of the world. And then on Saturday night, aka Sunday morning, that will be my birthday stream. We'll be drinking some whiskey. We'll be having a good time. All right. In the meantime, thank you for the follow, Render Dad. I appreciate it on Twitch. Let's find somebody to raid, and we are going to be done for the evening. Another productive stream in the tank. Let's see, has anybody raided me? Yes. Oh, Pass It On is happening. I'm going to send you guys to Pass It On, and it is Frucci. Easy choice tonight. I elected to not do Pass It On. I just have so many things going on right now that I didn't want to add anything new. But here we go. All right, guys, really appreciate it. And I will see you all in about a day and a half. And you can expect some more shorts in the next couple of days.
Construction.
Okay, guys, talk to you later.